644-644-1900. Schedule your consultation today at PhD.
Everyone here at 96.5 The Fan, we want to thank you for listening to the inaugural Chiefs season on this brand new FM sports station and your home for Chiefs football. Now that we can't listen to Mitch, Danon, and Kling until August, that doesn't mean our Chiefs coverage stops. We'll have exclusive access and content through the Combine, free agency, and the NFL Draft. Before you know it, we'll be back in St. Joe to start training camp. Thanks again for listening all season long to 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Chiefs football.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Hey, Kansas City, it's Dusty Likens, and in case you didn't already know, I'm here to tell you that you can watch all the shows here on 96.5 The Fan across all our social media channels. That's right. If you want to see our smiling faces as we talk about the best sports fans and teams in the country, subscribe to our YouTube channel or watch on Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch. Wake up with us, eat lunch with us, and go home with us. Your home for Kansas City sports, 96.5 The
This
Fan.
is the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Royals baseball. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Well, you survived the brutal cold. Football season is over. And if you listen very, very closely, you can hear the birds in Arizona creeping into your airwaves because at 2 o'clock today, the Royals play some best bowl. Got my baseball fix started yesterday, baby. 9 innings of Dodgers and Cubs. Oh, it was so nice. I didn't know any of the players, but that was good.
I don't know how you made it past the guy getting absolutely rocketed off the face.
That
and
was
game one.
That was insane.
Holy cow! 105.6 off the bat to your cabeza.
I mean, he's lucky he's not dead, and I'm not kidding about that. That looked like it hit him right in the temple, man. That could have. I mean, whoo! That was a nasty shot off the bat.
I mean, baseball's back. How much longer until they wear the caged face mask like they do in softball?
I'm sure. Didn't they test like some sort of helmet hat for pitchers?
Yeah, now they wear them as like fans. They're those oversized hats.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
like,
now fans wear them.
Right, but they did that for pitchers. Like one guy wore one, and it was like, all right, I'm not doing that. We're not wearing these hats on the mound.
I think he played for Cleveland.
Did he?
Yeah.
Why do I want to say it was Peter Moylan? I'm totally wrong about that.
No, he was already retired. He was already down in Australia.
But for whatever reason, I don't know why Peter Moylan's name comes to mind when I see that. But
Moylan.
His head's kind of hanging there on the mound and whatnot. You can't wear that big, that big helmet. But that dude yesterday, he did. He got rocked yesterday. But it's good to have baseball back. It'll be good to hear Denny and the boys on the broadcast today, and you can just kind of sit back and picture sunshine and happiness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this weekend it will be warm.
Yeah, it was. I was trying to think. Feels like, I don't know, just by what, because, like, you give me a hard time all the time. Like, I'm going to need some, like, Werther's Originals or whatever when 6 o'clock starts, because I watch the news every night at 6 and then Wheel of Fortune at 6:30.
That's right.
But watching the weather last night, and you're like, all right, okay. So today's going to be like 29, 30 degrees.
That's warm.
Yeah.
It's going to feel like a heat wave.
And then one of the news anchors was like, well, when's the snow going to melt? Because I'm over it. And the meteorologist is like, Monday afternoon.
Yeah.
And they're like, she was like, that fast? He's like, it will be completely gone out of the sea. He's like, you will never see snow again unless there's like a flurry or a random day in March where we get like that random snow, but it'll still be too warm to stick.
Right.
And he's like, because Sunday's like 45. And then Monday's like 57. Tuesday's 59. Wednesday's 57.
Yeah, like all week next week is pushing 60 and
it'll
sunny,
still
right?
be cold at times, but it won't be like bone-ass chilling cold, like 6 degrees outside.
Like
it
you
might
walk
be like
in and you freeze your, what off.
It might be like 35, but I can handle 35.
Oh, that'll feel like
right now.
That's a warm summer day from what we've been experiencing.
That's a tanker in basketball shorts and flops.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, you're going to the pool at a 35-degree day right now. Yeah. So thank goodness, it starts to warm up. Kiddos go back to school today, which is outstanding. Finally, and they're we got to go back on a Friday. I'm like, get your ass to school. Nobody cares what day of the week it is.
Could you imagine being a kid that just like called in sick today?
Oh, one of my daughters is kind of not feeling great. I'm like coughing and all. I don't feel good. Take NyQuil, take DayQuil. You'll be fine. You're going to school.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the text in about a half hour.
Get your ass up.
It's time to go to school. It's like in Liar Liar. Stop breaking the law, A.H. Like, get your ass out of bed and get to school.
Yeah. Terrible. Speedy snowplow hits the streets. That's hilarious. Some guys just going 85 plowing snow.
Hey, might as well, right? Get it off the streets as quickly as possible. This guy's had enough.
If they're serious, they are.
Yeah, this guy's had enough, man. He's had enough. Look at this guy. He's out here telling people, I ain't doing this anymore, man. We got to get the snow off the streets.
Yeah, it'll be gone. But let's talk about the obvious, which was last night's hockey game. What a game.
What a game.
I mean, obviously the result sucks for the United States.
Yeah.
But obviously that was more of like a bragging rights game. You win the Four Nations, you win the All-Star game, but it's still national pride because so many guys played injured. So many guys were like, we were sitting there watching the game last night. My buddy's like, it's playoff hockey when the guys will dive on the ice with their body to block a puck.
Yeah.
And a dude did that last night for the United States, like in a game that doesn't matter. I mean, it mattered, but you know what I mean?
My wife said to me, she goes, what does this mean now that we lost? I go, it means nothing. It's an exhibition game, but it's all about that national pride. You want to win.
And I thought that there was a lot of awesomeness in that game, but I thought it started with ESPN. I thought their hockey team of people that put together the video, like so many sports that play on ESPN can honestly take a lot of notes from how they sold this game because the way they promoted it, the way they talked about it in pregame, like, I mean, all those guys that were on that pregame, like, I love Steve Levy, though. I always have.
Really solid broadcaster.
And, like, I always remember when he did the transition to hockey, because, like, him and Melrose just were like, we're going to go do this because it's not going away, and we'll just be the guys that do hockey because nobody else did it.
Yeah.
And Steve Levy used to be, anchor on ESPN with all those greats.
Yep.
And then he kind of went to hockey, and, of course, I didn't watch hockey, so I never really got him a lot on my television set. But then last night he's on, and I'm like, man, I miss Steve. And then you got Messier there as well. Is that who that? Yeah. And I thought they were great. I thought the video was great. The way they implicated the 1980 Miracles movie, plus with the roster in the locker room. Like, I was ready to run through a damn wall at 7:07.
Yeah,
I was like, calm your ass, dude. You got a long 3 hours coming.
It was fantastically done by ESPN. Like, they put you in the moment. You felt like you were there. And that's the job of TV during a sporting event, make you feel like you're there. And I think the NFL does a really good job with that. But last night was just truly awesome. And then, of course, Mike Eruzione is going to be the captain for Team USA. He's from Boston, scored
rocking the opposite jersey.
So I saw him come out last night, and I thought to myself, did he score the biggest, I'll use the term point, like in American sports history? And I think he did. I think it's the most important point, if you will, that's ever been scored in American professional sports.
Him or Kerry Strug?
No, him because of the times and beating the Russians.
It was the 80s.
It was the perfect storm, right? And
I just remember I had no idea who Kerry Strug was, and the next day I knew everything about her.
Everything about her, yeah.
I was like, oh, she had a sore leg. Her coach has a mustache and a 90s jacket of the Olympics. It's like, who is this? Like, you have no idea about gymnastics right now.
Right, yeah, and that took off. But Mike Eruzione, that was 1980. It's 2025, and he's still a national hero. Nobody in American professional sports means more to this country than Mike Eruzione does. And so he comes out, and he's from Boston, and it's a great beginning, and everything is fantastic. And, and then the result happens, and you lose. And I'm like, I wasn't disappointed, like upset that we lost the game. I was like, damn, that was a really good game. I hope this continues.
On a volume scale of 1 to 10, I probably said the F word at like a 6 when it happened.
Oh, yeah, there's no question. Yeah. But it was like if that would have been a Chiefs game, or something like that, completely different. And you have that lasting effect for so long.
For sure.
But knowing like bragging rights, yes. Exhibition game, yes. Like there wasn't a whole lot, quote unquote, on the line. But you still wanted to win that damn game. And they gave you everything you wanted. The best player in the world scored the game-winning goal. And I don't know how you guys view certain things in sports, but Jordan Binnington standing on his head in overtime last night was effing, I almost said the F word, that performance was reminiscent of his 2019 Game 7 performance at Boston Garden, as they kept alluding to on the broadcast last night. I mean, that guy was as good as like Mariano Rivera in the World Series, or Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs, or Tom Brady coming back from 28-3. Jordan Binnington, who's had a lot of baggage this year, was unbelievable. Like that's a performance for the record books, man.
Yeah, him and Brady Kachuk. I mean, Brady Kachuk was awesome.
Yeah, Brady
last
was
night.
fantastic.
Scored the first goal, got the assist from Matthews, and then was kind of like, because I found this out last night. At least this is my personal opinion. When the game has that much on the line, ain't no fights happening, Daddy.
No,
when it's that serious, ain't fighting unless you say something about that man's wife. Like or mother.
That's why I told you. I don't think we're going to see many fights in this game.
Yeah, because and they were letting him know, because we were so close. Like Brock from the old number 5 section, he's like, "When's the damn fight happening?" I'm like, "It's coming, I think," because they kept like Kachuk hit that dude into the wall. Look at me talking about hockey, man.
But they know what's at stake. There was one penalty in that game last night.
Yeah,
crazy.
Right? It happened in the second period.
One power play in that entire game last night.
Clean game, no fights.
Right.
It was the type of game you wanted. Also, I have one. Actually, obviously you guys saw Stetson in the text group. One of the greatest shots of the night. The guy that went full Ben Franklin, shaved the actual top of his head to have the long-haired skullet with the eagle next to him, Abe Lincoln over here. That was great.
That was fantastic.
That's awesome. The other thing I want to bring up, and I know this is Here Comes Dusty being dramatic. So last night was special for the sport of hockey, because there's a lot of things that get involved with that. You have your truthers like Bob or like Speck, who was said yesterday, this is the most excited he's been for a sporting event in years.
Years.
Which I believe it.
For him, yes.
Yeah, he thought Buffalo was going to the Super Bowl.
Right.
So when I'm watching that last night, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm probably not watching hockey on Saturday. I'm probably not going to watch the Capitals versus the Penguins.
Right.
I'm probably not going to watch it. But I'll watch playoff hockey. I'll be that guy because that was playoff hockey.
That's what playoff hockey is all about.
And it's one of the most entertaining, because that's all I've heard in my sports fandom. one of the most entertaining things you'll ever watch is playoff hockey.
Yep.
So I'll watch playoff hockey. But what I want to advise people that are these hockey people, because there are football snobs. Mac is one of them.
Yeah.
And that's okay. You just follow the sport well. Like when somebody comes up to you and they're like, oh, that guy sucks, you'll be like, yeah. But I mean, his average throw per yard is like 9.3. That's like well above the league average. Someone's be like, okay, dude, cool. But you're not going to be this guy. Well, thanks for being a bandwagon football fan and watching the Super Bowl.
Of course.
So again, last night I sent out a tweet and I said, man, now I know what it feels like to be the Buffalo Bills when they play the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, you win in the regular
to
season.
Get all the way there
Right,
and to win a game like that.
Right, yeah.
Somebody responds, yeah, except Buffalo Bill fans aren't one night a week or one night a hockey bandwagon fan.
Okay.
Let them have fun.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. You remind me of the people at church that say to the people that only go on Easter and Christmas, oh, good to see you once or twice a year. Maybe they have a good time during that service and they come back. Your comments like that are going to stray them away.
Oh, yeah, that's not going. Yeah, that's going to force people away.
Just because they're
you got to be
ECO
welcoming.
And my dad always called these people ECOs, Easter Christmas onlys.
Okay.
And that's fine if that's who you are. I'm not trying to force you to go anywhere. But don't be the person at the front door that's like, hopefully you come back next time before Christmas. Hopefully you watch hockey again. Just let me enjoy the night. That was a fun night.
It was a great night.
It's a big night for hockey.
Yeah, it was a fantastic night. And I think they're going to gain some fans by that. We'll see how it all trickles
It's
down.
like
I mean,
the gym at the first of the year.
Yeah,
Everyone's
it
going to
is.
say they're going to go, and then by
Right.
February they're gone.
And then they're done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, January 15th usually is kind of the date that I circle. But I think, I think maybe fans will catch on to this, but maybe they won't. I mean, it's hard to change people's habits, right? And one-offs are completely different and fun and unique and, something that everybody can rally around. And I mean, that was American pride last night. That wasn't the Rangers taking on the Devils, right? That was the team that was representing our nation. So we could all be in on that last night. And you had that guy. I saw another baseball fan get mad because ESPN and Major League Baseball are opting out of their television deals. And somebody tweeted last night, some baseball fan that said, boy, I wish ESPN would care this much about baseball and put this much effort into baseball. And I'm thinking, 800,000 people basically watch a Sunday night baseball game unless it involves the Yankees, and it's 3 to 4 million. How many millions were watching that hockey game last night? I bet we're going to be about 10 to 15 million people. That's like 10 Sunday night baseball games. That's like your first 10 Sunday night baseball games that don't involve the Yankees that watched one hockey game last night. Of course, there's going to be more put into that game because more people are watching that game than anything else. And when people are going to be watching, you put your best foot forward. And that's why ESPN did what they did last night with that broadcast. From top to bottom, the thing was fantastic. Sean McDonough, I thought, was a rock star.
Incredible.
In the booth
So
last
good.
night. I mean, he was absolutely wonderful. And Emily Kaplan, who's down on the ice?
I believe so.
She did a fantastic
great.
job last night, too. I thought bringing you great insight, saying a lot of these guys are hurt and most of them won't be playing for their teams when they go back. That tells you how important that game was to those players last night.
I think it's the hardest sport to call, and they showed
Hard. Hard.
Yes, I think it's the hardest sport to call. It's insane.
I just listen to those guys. I'm like,
crazy.
There's no way I could do it.
No.
And I played
we
hockey.
Stay strong. If you don't stand with your fellow Canadians, then you are a rat.
Don't call me a rat, buddy.
I'm not your buddy, friend. He's not your friend, guy. I'm not your guy, buddy.
He's not your buddy, friend.
That's who the people are that hate you for watching their sport for one night. No,
And that's the other thing. Don't be like those. A lot of soccer fans are that way, right? Don't be that guy. If somebody finds your sport, like my friend Garrett, when Dave Matthews became big. Well, I don't listen anymore. Everybody else is listening to Dave Matthews. Come on, Garrett. Come on now. Like,
I mean, maybe if they change their musical tone.
So you give.
Like I didn't listen to Blink-182 when Matt Skiba joined the band.
But you can do whatever you want to do, right? But people who look down on somebody because they're new to the party or they only like the nice songs that everybody hears on the radio or whatever the case may be, right? Like
you definitely have your music people.
You're music snobs, and so what if I only like the 3 hits that they came out with? That's why they're
I'm more of
hits.
an indie guy.
Yeah, like guys like that. Like don't mock me because we came to the party one time and enjoyed it, and maybe we want to come back.
Right.
When you act that way, you're kind of chasing people away from your sport instead of being welcoming and saying, "Hey, man, come to the party. It's a lot of fun." Being that douche who's out there telling people to stay away, and you're not. I mean, you're not helping the sport, pal.
From the 913, my son's trying to talk me into Mavericks season tickets after last night. That's awesome. And with that, we'll go to break.
When do they move to Olathe?
Yeah. Well, golly, dude, just always. From great to, well, not so great. We'll explain on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5, The Fan.
Well, people are making those spring break plans right now, and when you're booking your flights, you got to book your parking. You got to make sure you are signed up to park at Park and Go, because every spot at Park and Go is covered. And so if you were traveling early this week and left on Monday and coming back today, your car's not going to be covered with snow at the airport if you parked at Park and Go, because every spot is covered parking. And they provide unbelievable customer service as well. You can make your reservation so easily at bookparkandgo.com or with their easy-to-use app. And then it's done. It's taken care of. Show up on the day of your flight and tell them your reservation number, and they'll direct you right to that covered parking spot they have reserved for you. You pull in, the van meets you right away, and it's off to the airport you go. And when you get back, Park and Go is there waiting for you. Just grab your bags, walk off the plane, jump on the bus, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. And don't forget to prepay, because when you prepay, you get Park and Go's lowest rate, and you're going to save some dough. And do what we did. Join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Hi, this is Toby Tobin along with Jason Goodenkoff from Lewisburg Ford in Lewisburg, Kansas. Hi, Jason.
Hello, Toby.
Let's talk about the buying experience at Lewisburg Ford.
It's the best anywhere. Just ask all our customers, Toby. It is hands down the best experience you can have buying a new car. We have the no-hassle Toby Tobin price that we've had for 35 years now. Nobody else can say that. We've been saving Kansas City thousands and thousands of dollars for a lot of years.
I have been buying Ford cars and trucks from Lewisburg Ford for over 30 years, and I know personally this is the best place to buy a Ford car or truck. Great prices, but there's a whole lot more than that.
It doesn't just stop at price, Toby.
No.
There's other factors to this equation, and it's trade-in allowance, financing, and the experience of how knowledgeable the people are that you're dealing with. And we surpass everybody in all those areas. We always have. We always will. That's why calling us is important.
Do you have that new pickup?
Absolutely. And it's dynamite.
Okay. Lewisburg Ford is your best place to buy a Ford car or truck. What's your toll-free number?
816-444-2300.
Lewisburg Ford or lewisburgford.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Thanks. I need to change my oil. So how much is an oil filter?
Free when you buy 5 quarts of oil. Right now, we have a special on Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic or High Mileage Motor Oil.
The oil filter is free with the Valvoline...
Advanced Full Synthetic or High Mileage Motor Oil? Yep, the free oil filter is part of the A to Z savings event. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. Everyone deserves to elevate their beef. Whether you're looking to wow your family with a meal they'll never forget or impress your friends, neighbors, and coworkers, their Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week, or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Call Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. Our iconic blue trucks and expert team get it right the first time. Award-winning full-service lawn care and pest control since 1985. Call today for a free estimate. Visit aspenlawn.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. Delays as you head into town on 70 westbound. You hit slowdowns around Little Blue Parkway. Stays heavy overpass 470 with an accident blocking the right lane. Metro Ford off Noland Road in Independence is your Ford F-150 headquarters. Right now, get over $13,000 in savings on select new XLT Ford F-150s. When's the last time you saw deals like that? These trucks are moving fast, so hurry to Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. See dealer for details. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Ground under repair as we battle through the morning. Don't forget today at 2 o'clock, Royals play baseball for the first time in 2025. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Royals baseball. So should be a good. You thought yesterday was fun watching Dodgers and Cubs.
Dodgers and Cubs, man.
Not only is it Friday for you,
yeah.
Royals play baseball at 2, so right in the groove of
Yep, picking up at the school.
No kids in the house.
Yeah,
you get
a little bit. Yeah,
you're gonna get home and be like, this is what it used to be like.
Yeah, right. It's going to be interesting to see what I do with nobody in the house today, right?
What's that meme with that little blonde-haired kid? Wow, it's a land of make-believe.
Yeah, that's kind of what it's going to be
right when
like.
you walk in your house at 10:30 for the first time in 2 weeks.
It's going to be awesome, right? Yeah, I may not even go home today. But no, cool. I'm glad baseball's back. And I don't know if the Royals are going to be one of these test balloons for the ABS that was used in the game yesterday, the automatic ball strike system that baseball had. They had their first opportunity to challenge a ball or a strike yesterday, and they did it. And I didn't even realize it was happening. That's how fast the challenge happened. Do you love how
they call for it?
Yeah, they just pat their head a little bit.
I mean, immediately.
Yeah.
As soon as it's an inch outside.
Yeah. There was one, though, I did find myself screaming in the third inning, though, challenge that, because I swear it was a strike, and I'm like, you got to challenge that call right there. Actually, Keller was on the mound. Had he challenged it, he gets out of the inning.
Brad Keller?
He's pitching for the Cubs, yeah. And so he had the opportunity to challenge a call. I think he should have and would have probably been out of the inning. But I love it. It happened so instantaneously, like you didn't even know that they were reviewing it kind of until they went back to it. That's how quick the review was done. They challenged it, they looked at it, they moved on, and literally it happened in that speed right there, how we just talked about it. It's not a stop down of the game or anything like that. It's literally pat your head, look at it, call up, done, boom, and we move on. And like I'm telling you, you didn't even know it was taking place during the game. And so I was a big fan of that, because I know like the baseball purists, they always fall back. Oh, a replay's going to slow down the game. Sir, you're a baseball purist. You've slowed down the game. So this is not slowing down the game. It's not getting in the way, and it gives you the opportunity to get it right, and it gives you the best of both worlds. You still get the human element, but 2 times a game, if you don't like the call, you get the opportunity to challenge it. If you win, you keep your challenge. So it's kind of like the NFL in that.
Is it better to you than the pitch clock?
No, I don't think so. The pitch clock moves the game along. Like it's impactful on every single play, but it's another just step to make sure we're getting calls right. There's nothing wrong with that. Like it's the best. Like I said, it's the best of both worlds. You still have the human umpire, but if you don't like a call, you can challenge it. And I think there were 2 challenges maybe in that game.
Do you have a limit?
2.
That's it.
Yeah, but
Okay.
if you get it right, you keep your challenge.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Which, I mean, you're going to see so many people get thrown out of games for like tapping their head. It's going to be the funniest, most petty thing in the world for baseball umps, because they're pissed. Like, umpires are like,
of course you're
having a pity
questioning
party.
what they do.
Yeah,
you're looking at them and saying you stink at your job, so we're bringing, like, they're putting you on a PTP or whatever they call those things.
But I mean, they're still going to suck at their job. I mean, the NFL refs still suck, and we have replay, and we have.
Boy, did you see that story, by the way, about NFL refs sucking?
Tough.
I mean, like, they're worried that that we talk about them sucking, it's going to cause nobody to want to be an NFL referee, and they're not going to have people to ref these games anymore, which I don't disagree with. Why would you want to be an NFL referee?
They're not full-time. They don't get paid enough, and they get constantly scrutinized.
Well, they get paid pretty good, but they're always scrutinized. Like, no matter what they do, they They get booed, they get scrutinized, they get destroyed.
Isn't that kind of the territory, though?
It is.
Don't you kind of know you're getting into that when you get into it?
It is, but it's different now with social media than it was 25 years ago. You became an NFL ref. You were kind of nameless, faceless. Where were people going to give you a threat? Right now, everybody's running to social media saying you suck. People don't want that.
I'd be like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you kind of got to, that or just,
I mean, back in the day before social, where did you go to complain? You wrote a letter.
I mean, people have been dressing up as blind referees since 1950 for Halloween.
I think it's different now. The volume.
Well, then stay off the internet.
Well, but it doesn't mean, okay, stay off the internet. Like, that's easy to tell somebody to do.
Well, people stay off the text line.
Yeah, I do. I mean,
you can do it.
But they're worried about this next generation of referees. I don't blame them. I mean, why would you want to be a referee or an umpire in this climate? I mean, people getting death threats all the time and whatnot, and the hatred I don't blame people for not wanting to do that job. That job is no sort of love, and the reason you see Carl Cheffers all the time is because he's like the senior ref with 6 years in. Like, there's nobody that's a senior official anymore that can ref the Super Bowl. So it's crazy.
What do you referees make?
Oh, they're making six figures probably. I mean, probably $250,000 if you're a white cap.
I'll go referee.
Average salary of $205. That's including that's base and game fees.
Yeah,
threat me all you want.
More experience, earn more. Yeah,
I'll go make $205K.
Yeah, but I mean,
this guy sucks. I hope you die. $205 my bank account, Carl. You got 40.
I mean, but what they did to that John Higgins when he was reffing basketball, I mean, and ruining his business and attacking his family. Like, no,
I get that, but I mean that's one story.
But yeah,
and I understand. But I mean, look. It happened before with Deckinger.
Yeah.
They were trying to kill him in 85.
So,
I mean, it's been happening all the time. It's just now all of a sudden, we're like, well, nobody wants to do it because their feelings.
Yeah. Well, welcome to 2025. I mean, there's a lot of things people don't want to do because of their feelings anymore,
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, people are going to come after you. I mean, it happens all the time. People come after us. How you handle it and how you go about it, I mean, I think a lot of it is just like envious, and I think a lot of it is just like passion of hate. Like, I think people that watch the game get caught up in the moment, and then I think it also hurts that if we're still talking about the referees, I think it hurts the referees because, the broadcasters no longer officially have their back. Before, you would never hear I don't know what his name was, but the guy, Howard Cosell. I bet he would say one or two things about a referee. He was talking more about players, and that's why people didn't like him, but he would never be like, this referee, just absolutely terrible call. But you have guys like Troy Aikman now that are like, just an absolute atrocious call. I don't understand why they're doing that.
But see, the difference is
the fans gravitate towards Troy, and then they're like, well, if he's saying it, it's okay to say it.
The big difference is, though, Howard Cosell would say it on that broadcast, and that was it. You wouldn't see it the next day. Troy Aikman says it on that broadcast.
Yeah, it's on awful announcing.
Everybody's tweeting it. Every talk show on every national network's talking about it. So a throwaway comment about the officials back in the day was literally a throwaway comment. Now, oh my God, did you hear what Troy Aikman said about the refs? And it's on every blog, every clickbait article, everything, and everybody's talking about it. So it's a completely different deal than it was back in those days because there wasn't the week-long scrutiny of everything now. And as we know, the refs have been a topic because people think the games are fixed. For the Chiefs, as we saw in the Super Bowl, they really did us a great job of fixing that game for the Chiefs, So maybe that'll stop as well, that the referees are in on the fix for the Chiefs to win all these games and people can move about their day.
I'm just on both sides because I just think there is natural reason for it. I think it makes the sport better. I think it adds to the game itself. We watched a great AFC Championship game, did we not?
Yeah.
And what was the one thing that everybody wanted to talk about? Was it a first down or not?
Yeah.
Was Josh Allen good? Was Mahomes great? Was this guy good? Did this guy show? It was. We got our Uber in New Orleans and talked to a guy from the Bayou, and he was like, what y'all think, first down or not? I was like, I don't know, man. That was 2 weeks ago, and you're still talking about it, and you have no dog in the fight.
But see, again, that's also another major problem that I think this new era of watching sports is about. Like, people back in the day would say, oh, man, that guy swung and missed at a great 2-2 pitch, and he should have put it in play, and we would have scored a run and won. Now it's just easy to blame referees. And I also think a lot of it is we don't consume sports the way we used to consume sports, where you actually sat down and watched the whole game. A lot of people's consumption of sports is 30-second highlights and clickbait headlines on social media. A lot of people's news is that way as well. You see the headlines, you get mad, you react. and maybe you don't even click on the headline to see what the story is about because it'll debunk the way you're feeling about that headline. And I think we're in a lot of that right now as well, because I think, 30 years ago before social media, people would have been talking about, man, Josh Allen had a chance to win that game with 3:33 left, and he wasn't able to lead his team down the field. But you want to point to a play that took place early in the fourth quarter that could have been wiped out by, doing your job, as Bill Belichick said, the rest of the way. And so I think the over-scrutiny of sports, and that really hit me in 2014 when one of the folks that worked in the front office for the Royals said, my son hasn't watched a game all year. I said, he's in high school. What do you mean? He goes, he just gets the highlights on, TikTok or YouTube or whatever it was. And that's when I realized the consumption of sports is different. And so all these folks that are mad about referees and umpires, did you watch the whole game, or did you just see this one highlight and react to it like we do? I mean, that's human nature now.
I just think that today's age is better for sports, because now instead of like a Franco Harris play happening where you get no sort of, rule, or you get no sort of like conversation, it's just like, here's a headline, the catch. Here's an article written by a beat writer, and here's another article written by a national guy. And then it's like, now I've got to wait a week for the next paper to come out, or I've got to wait for somebody to actually read this, or I got to wait for everybody to kind of get their consensus together and then talk about it. Whereas like something can happen in a game on Sunday at noon, and by 4:00, there are 4 different angles on it because everybody's had a time to read it and discuss it, and you can kind of see like who's right, who's wrong. Like the best example for that this year was when Tyreek Hill got arrested in Miami going to the game. There were 2 different Americas on that whole thing.
Yeah. Oh,
there were people that were like, they shouldn't have treated him like that. And then there were people like, he should have been a Richard. And then you got to the middle ground of it where it was like a Venn diagram where you had like team support, team against, middle area. Shouldn't have been speeding. Shouldn't have, been, go back and forth. Could have been nicer. Probably wouldn't have led to this.
Right.
Guy also should have probably drug him out. I don't know. I just think that like where we're at today and the availability that we have, plus like in sports, there's 14 cameras on every sort of game.
Yeah, the technology is
like
so
last
much
night
better,
watching those cameras pop from every angle, from every spot, like I was mesmerized. Whereas like in 1980, there was 2 cameras. There was probably one behind a goal, and there was probably a wide shot.
That was probably it in hockey back in the day. Yeah, you had the camera that kind of just followed the action, and maybe you had a behind the goal one. Like it was maybe like pointing towards the goal so you could see if it was a goal. Yeah,
that's the way things happen. Like we evolve. Like technology evolves. Place skill evolves, and guys are running 4.240s. You've got different camera angles in football games. Like we now have the availability to kind of see what we never saw before. And so, we're going to be opinionated.
Yeah, and everybody's,
And if you're at the professional level, and there are a lot of times you get stuff wrong, if I give up bad stats, like people are going to be like, dude, I'm not going to take you for granted because like you said wrong things. I just don't trust you. Whereas like if a referee, like Carl Sheffers, who's been wrong clearly a lot, then it's gonna affect that.
Yeah, the NFL does a good job too of removing the ones that are serial offenders. I know we use Carl Cheffers all the time because he's the name we know, and he messed up a couple of calls
one
here.
In 6 years.
Yeah, I mean exactly. I mean that's what that goes to show you where these guys are and gals are right now. Yeah. And for every call they get wrong, there's 500 that they do get right and whatnot. But we never look at that because that's not how we work as human beings. It's easy just to pounce on when you get it wrong because it does stand out and whatnot. But if this is going to change the way that they're recruiting officials and they have a problem with it, then it does. You make a good point. It needs to start with your TV broadcasters. I mean, the NFL needs to go in and say, guys, stop ripping the referees. Stop making them the focal point of the game.
You don't talk about it. You just let it go.
Yeah.
How about PK Subban?
In terms of the money, you're probably right. There is a lot of money. But once again, I ask the question, what are you playing for? Like, if you're really about it, if you're really about sports, then you're about 2 things, your teammates and the fans. And I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how much money you're making. When you do not show up to play, you're letting your teammates down. When you do not show up to play, you're letting the fans down that are paying you 40, 50, 60 million. I don't care if you're getting 300 million, congratulations. But these people in here are paying $2,500 a ticket, $5,000, that are blue-collared, hard-working people. If you don't get your head wrapped around that, you shouldn't be in pro sports. Because how are we gonna grow? How do we expect you to be an example? Well, guess what? You don't wanna be, you are one. You're on the biggest stage, you just said it. They make the most money, you're an example. You gotta show up. You gotta take that on. I'm sick and tired of making athletes greats, all-time greats, that aren't the best examples. Those are the people that we want our kids to follow, that we want athletes to follow. That helps us in our game. Stephen A., you want athletes to be educated on this and understand this. They got to understand the importance of showing up to the All-Star game and being on the court and playing banged up sometimes and playing injured maybe at times. Thank you, and participating, because here's the thing. Because you're making 100, 200, 300 million, you should be out there banged up. You should be. That's why we pay you, is to max out. We talk about greatness and it being the longevity of somebody's career. I don't care if you play 50 years. I want your best 10. I want you on the court dominating. I want you to go all out. I want Michael Jordan. I want Kobe. That's what I want in every sport. That's the guy that I follow. If you're a different version than that, you don't get my respect.
That's unbelievable stuff.
PK, breathe, buddy. Even Stephen A. listening out on the set was just like, man, he's cooking.
Yeah, he was great.
TV now?
Yeah, he is. There he is. Yeah, talking about the difference between the NBA and the NHL and players and whatnot. Notice LeBron is starting to have a little bit of a fire over the last couple of games that he's played. 40 points last night or whatever it was. A huge dunk the night before. Like all of a sudden, LeBron I think maybe got the message that, sir, you suck and you're going to sit there and opt out. You know how many Americans would love to just opt out of work for a day and we're not able to do that because we
students just did it for a week.
Yeah, I did. Students did. Yeah, right. But
cold.
But could you imagine like somebody calling up and going, "I'm just going to opt out today. I worked yesterday. I'm just not going to work today." Like that. The way that the NBA players opt out of games and use load management just does not sit with America. It just doesn't, and it never will sit with the United States of America and the hardworking people in this country that bust it every day that want to use sports as a form of entertainment. And you're not going to play because you're tired and you work 81 games a year. It just doesn't sit well. And so that's where PK Subban was like, you're going to see tonight. And we did see tonight, Matthew Tkachuk playing with a groin that's probably hanging off his bone right now and going out there and gutting it out. Guys diving in front of pucks. Binnington standing on his head in overtime last night. Like those dudes went out there and worked and played and gave us as American sports fans what we want. People to go out there and give it their all and earn their money. And you saw that last night on both sides. And that's PK Subban talking about the divide between the NBA and the NHL. I don't know any American who could just pick up the phone and go, yeah, I'm opting out today. I'm not going to come into work because I just don't feel like it. Like, it just doesn't work that way. Nobody has the time to deal with that, especially when you're spending good money to go watch these guys play. You want to see the stars.
Yeah, PK killed it for sure. I love it. I will say I don't like LeBron being the focal point of it, and I get the All-Star game, and that sucked. But for 20 years, LeBron has been the picture of attrition, like the picture of stamina and fighting through injuries and playing and longevity.
And Embiid.
And
it is Embiid, but Embiid will never be the name that LeBron is.
Yeah,
and
LeBron's 40.
Yeah, but when
still playing,
right?
Still playing.
But when LeBron when he sits out, though, I mean, it resonates, and that's how you know that you're at the top of your game. You don't care if I don't know, Jack Sikma sits out a game or whatever, just a random NBA player, but you're going to a game for the players, right? You're going to a Laker game. Yeah, it'd be cool to go to a Laker game. But, man, I really want to see LeBron. And then he's not playing in that game. That's why I go back to what Ned always said. I'm not sitting any of my guys at home. I'll sit them on the road if they need a day off. But I'm not sitting them at home. Our fans are paying to go watch these guys play, and I want to give them the best product possible out there. And so that's why LeBron is going to be the brunt of all this. If LeBron wasn't sitting out and wasn't taking these days, I don't think anybody would really care.
But you're talking about the All-Star game or regular season?
All of it. Because this whole opt-out stuff and, whatever we call it, load management has been an issue for probably a decade now for fans.
I just don't think Bron should be the guy that we're attacking.
That's what I'm saying.
Because it'd be like saying, oh, Tiger's only going to play the majors. Like, yeah, he's had surgeries and he's almost 55.
He's the GOAT.
Let him live his life. At least he's playing.
Yeah.
He could have hung it up like Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson did. We're just like, oh, my team's terrible. I'm done. I'm going to retire at an early age. Instead, he's at least playing. The other thing, too, is I think the people that you attack are the people like Luka, the people that are like SGA, Ja Morant,
Embiid.
Joel Embiid, guys that are young, that are the future of the NBA, that are attracting these young players. You shouldn't attack people like LeBron and Steph. Now, LeBron's All-Star game, that's a different sort of opt-out.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
That's like that. We
but I
talked
think that's
about
the one that shined the light on it and made it a national story.
Right, but that's a completely different story. Like the way he handled that and the way that there were other things involved that. But throughout the regular season, the real easy fix to all of this is you don't need 81 games.
Exactly.
That's what it is. cut the season in half.
Right, but they won't do it.
No.
Out of the top 20 point scorers, which is hypothetically the best players, 14 of them have missed less than 10 games on the season.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Look, if you're hurt and you can't play, it's one thing.
Yes.
But, to just not play is the thing that people don't seemingly
100%.
understand because you just don't see that in any other sport.
And to be fair, LeBron played 2 nights ago the entire game, missed the last shot to win it, to tie the game.
Yeah.
And then just played last night and had 40 points.
Had 40 points last night.
He's not missing
But
out.
also, I think LeBron is he's LeBron, right?
Yeah,
he's always going to be a
of
lightning
course.
rod. A lot of people believe he's only playing because he's a narcissist to get his son on the team and all that
Records,
kind of stuff and records for himself. And so that doesn't sit well because he's always compared to Jordan and Kobe, who didn't have those type of qualities.
Yeah,
it's true.
And that's where the divide comes because I'm a Jordan guy and I'm a LeBron. Well, you can be both. Like, I was raised with Jordan, but I love watching LeBron play for all those years. Like, it's okay to like both.
Yes.
People hate LeBron because he had an hour-long press conference where he donated a bunch of money to kids.
And that I don't understand either,
And then
though.
people always forget that we had an hour-long press conference about how Kobe committed adultery. But let's hate LeBron.
Yeah, the LeBron hate for that is one
But let's hate LeBron.
I don't understand that. But he's been around forever, and when somebody's around forever, eventually they just turn into the villain, right? They just turn into the villain.
What's the Batman quote? You die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. YouTube TV came out with a question on Twitter. We'll dive into that about what your dream TV rotation is. You get three shows. 3 of them. Text line 913-586-7965. I feel like Tom DeLonge playing the electric guitar right now. 3 TV shows, whatever they are, in your rotation. 913-586-7965. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan, your home, Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and I want to talk to you about GiveMeTheVin.com because they want to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. Give Me The VIN is also the best place to sell your classic or collectible. Whether it's one car or a collection, they want your muscle car, hot rod, or your old square body pickup, and they love buying resto mods. Go to GMTVCC.com to sell your classics or collectible car or truck, and forget about those tire kickers on social media. Say goodbye to dealing with the dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money, providing you with hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes that is always well above any dealer quote and is guaranteed to beat your written CarMax offer, or they'll send you a check for $100. You can go to one of our office locations or they'll come to you. It's easy and it's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer, and it's so easy, you can do it in your underwear. Just listen to the jingle.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
This is your MIAA Minute with Commissioner Mike Racy, your weekly update from Kansas City's only NCAA Conference headquarters. This week's MIAA men's basketball standings feature the undefeated Washburn Ichabods on top and the Pittsburgh State Gorillas in second place. On the women's side, it's Pittsburgh State on top, followed closely by Fort Hays State and the Missouri Western State Griffins. Make plans now to attend the MIAA Men's and Women's Basketball Championships March 5th through the 9th in downtown Kansas City and see some of the nation's best teams. Tickets are on sale now for MIAA Madness at Ticketmaster.com, the Municipal Auditorium box office, or at ticket offices on all MIAA campuses. Remember, MIAA fans, bring your A game.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, We turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Thanks. I need to change my oil. So how much is an oil filter?
Free when you buy 5 quarts of oil. Right now, we have a special on Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic or High Mileage Motor Oil.
The oil filter is free with the Valvoline
Advanced Full Synthetic or High Mileage Motor Oil? Yep, the free oil filter is part of the A to Z savings event. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Century Roofing. Trust the pillars of strength.
It's Century Roofing's 35th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're offering a free material upgrade with your roof replacement. Get a free upgrade from standard and premium shingles to impact-resistant shingles. These will boost your home's value and can lower your insurance premiums. Voted best in Johnson County 3 years in a row. We're KC-based and female-owned. Visit CenturyRoofingKC.com.
Century Roofing. Trust the pillars of strength.
Book now. This deal won't last long.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Missouri side, 70 westbound slows coming out of Blue Springs. You hit delays around Woods Chapel. Stays pretty heavy over past 470 with an accident blocking the right lane. Money back guarantees and parts and labor warranties mean you aren't just buying products. You are securing your investment. For a limited time, receive a free furnace when you purchase an AC. Schedule your complimentary proposal online at AnthonyPHC.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Shout out to Sterling.
Trying to get that microphone fixed this morning. I can't figure it out.
It's got now. I just look like the Terminator's about to kill me. Just a big old red dot right in your face. That thing down a little bit. Welcome back into Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. Don't forget 2 o'clock today. Royals play baseball for the first time in 2025. Pretty excited about that, actually.
Yeah, you can learn a lot about these teams. The Dodgers did not want it yesterday. The Cubs wanted it more. The Dodgers are a very beatable team. Based on the 9 innings of spring training baseball I watched yesterday with guys that I'll never see again, the Cubs wanted this thing more. Did you know Nicky Lopez is a Chicago Cub right now?
No.
Yeah.
Nor do I care.
Nicky Lopez is on the Chicago Cubs right now.
Did you know Cody Bellinger's on the Yankees?
I did. Yes.
Do you know his dad played for the Yankees?
I do. Do you know Yamamoto's on the Dodgers? Mm-hmm. Couldn't even make it through 2 innings yesterday.
It'd be a lot easier to say who's not on the Dodgers.
Yes, it's true.
They are giving away a pretty awesome bobblehead. You see that? They're giving away a Freddie Freeman walk-off bobblehead. It's him
really?
pointing
That's
up with a bat.
cool. Yeah, that is really cool. I like that. Is that opening day for them? opening weekend.
It doesn't matter because, they're going to have crowds.
Yeah, they're going to have 3.5, 4 million fans there.
I think this year the big giveaways for the Royals are like last year when they did the HDH Connector bobblehead series.
Yeah.
Like this year it's the 2015 celebration. So
Right.
this year's even more crazy. So they'll have, I think it's Hosmer, Moose, and I think Esky, or maybe it's Kane. It's one of the other ones, but it's like those three instead of being the bullpen.
Who would you
rotation.
pick as the three? Hosmer and Moose, obviously. Who would be your third?
Sal?
I would think, but they're probably going to do something different for Sal. They're because he's still playing.
There's also another Bobby bobblehead this year, I think.
Are those all included with tickets, or are those all separate? Like,
depends on the event, I think. But
Yeah.
you have to buy like certain ones. You have to buy I know the theme nights,
right?
So if you go to like Mizzou night at the
That's a
K,
separate-
You got to buy a theme Mizzou ticket and
Right.
go through a different gate. The bobblehead. Normally it's like the first they say the first 10,000, but then if it's like a Bobby Witt one, it's like the first 3,500.
Yeah, that's why I want to know if it's a special ticket for those, and you have to have that that special entry to get those. I like it when everybody got them, but I understand why they do it. In this day and age of capitalism and all, so I get that. But
Most of them are on Amazon the next day
the
or by the
next
third
day,
inning,
by the
or by the
first-
third inning.
by the second pitch.
By the third inning, you could probably get one.
Yeah. So who would you pick as your third? Because I would, if we're keeping Salvi
From that team?
Yeah, I would put Kane on that list. I think
Yeah,
Kane
that's the
ultimately was
one.
the best player on that team. Looking back, I realized Lorenzo Kane was the best player. In the moment, I don't think any of us truly realized how great Lorenzo Kane really was as a baseball player, because we were all caught up in Haas and Moose and Salvi, and then, Lorenzo Kane. That cat, man, you look back, he was the best player on that team.
Yeah, Vern always called him the straw that stirred the drink on that roster.
Go back to 2016 when he didn't play. That was a big reason why they didn't make the playoffs that year. It wasn't necessarily the Moose injury. It was more because Lorenzo Kane, and I've had people look back and go, God, if Kane doesn't get injured that year, we probably go back to the playoffs in
Well, he had
2016.
Was it 2 times or was it just once where he had he kept trying to lunge at first base and he'd rupture that foot?
That's right. Yeah, that was early
Everyone's
on.
Stop
right?
doing that.
Yeah.
Just run through the bag. I don't care if you're out. Just run through it.
Yeah.
Every time you do that long lunge, you hurt your
You
foot,
hurt
your ankle, your
yourself.
leg.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the fight in Chicago where he's got the Beavis look, where he's got the shirt over.
I am Cornholio.
What do you think? Do you think his play made him a fan favorite, or do you think Salvador Perez bringing out his personality made him a fan favorite?
Are you asking me to rank them? Because
I'm saying which one's the more important. Which one do you think brought him more to the fans?
Salvi,
of course.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's that. I don't want to. I don't want to discredit what he did on the
he's
field,
great.
and that's not discrediting it. But you know how people are. We react to the human nature side of stuff. Like everybody praising Juan Soto for giving some cat a $90,000 car for changing jersey. Oh, Juan Soto's the greatest guy in the world. No, he's not. He just spent $90,000 on a car for some guy.
Well, he just made $780 million.
Yeah, I know, right? So that's a drop in the bucket for him, right?
But it's a nice gesture.
Yeah, I'm not going to go out here and praise Juan Soto.
I would give up my jersey number for a $90,000.
Hell yeah!
I'll wear 65. I don't care.
What do I'd give it up for $10,000 probably. You didn't have to buy me a $90,000 car.
I'm a cheap date.
$10,000 cash, fine, I'm in.
30 pack of Busch Light and a quarter.
Have you seen Delta Airlines offering these people $30,000?
I'd never fly again. So
were in the flight.
I would never fly again.
And
I'm
they say
already a nervous wreck.
no strings attached and all that kind of stuff.
Not even a seatbelt.
Are you giving me that cash and no taxes, or do I have to pay taxes on that $30,000?
Oh, taxes for sure.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
After being in an accident like that, the government's looking at, well, they got to get ours out of this one.
Hanging upside down just by your seatbelt.
Insane, right?
I'd never fly again.
Give these folks the $30,000, and then they're going to, it doesn't take away from the lawsuit that's going to happen, but Delta's like, here's $30,000 a piece, just kind of get you through.
Yeah.
Until we get sued.
All right.
YouTube
TV, they came out on Twitter or X or whatever the hell it's called. What is your dream TV rotation, and why is it just 12 straight hours of Bob's Burgers?
That's right, yes.
Fantastic show, by the way, Bob's Burgers. Gene, Tina, Linda, Bob, great people. But we asked each other in this group text that we have, what would be your rotation of television shows? And it was kind of interesting because, Cody and Gold said that was $30,000 was tax-free.
I didn't know they were accountants. That's cool. Yeah.
So they got down to it. And does Dan Kilgore have to pay taxes?
Exactly.
So I was thinking about this because I'm like, okay, 3 shows, rest of my life. How do I balance it out to stay, in cahoots with stuff? So Wheel of Fortune, 100th time this week I've told you that I love that show, right? Maggie Sajak, how you doing?
Your girl.
That's right. Met her. Got a double take from her, too.
Oh, yeah.
You were there.
I
She
was.
said, have a great night. It was nice meeting you. Said, come back real quick. Hang on. She's like, busy, dude. Back up. Number 2 would be South Park. Just get some humor.
Yeah,
It seems to
easy
always
watch.
evolve with the times and make fun of the times, and they're doing everything they can to get kicked off TV, but for some reason they keep coming back. And then NFL Network. I get games, I get news, I get information. I stay in with the biggest sport of the world of the United States. I get the NFL Network. I get South Park, I get Wheel of Fortune. Those are my 3 in the rotation.
Well, I'm going completely different, and I'm going just straight comedy because I was thinking about like if I could go like sports, but there's a chance if you're watching NFL Network, they're giving you the Browns or the Cowboys. I'm not interested in that. I don't want that in my rotation.
Preying on game breaks.
So I'm so I'm going to Seinfeld. Obviously, will be in my rotation. Cheers has found its way back into my life, and I'm realizing just how well written a TV show that really is. Like, I mean, it hits big time. Like, as a child, you don't realize how good the writing is of shows, and now I'm going back and watching Cheers, and I mean, the writing and the
You
acting.
ever watch episodes
is,
like, yeah, they wouldn't be able to do that today.
just about every episode of Seinfeld.
Of course.
You know,
I
mean,
yeah.
a lot of it's cringe now, but back in those days, it didn't matter. And then Curb Your Enthusiasm for me would be the kind of the 3 that I have on rotation. I had this conversation with my friend Paul yesterday. He's like, how many can you pick? I'm like, I don't know. Pick as many as you want. There's no set rules, but we're going with 3.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I stayed away from the sports networks because there is a good chance, like, I'm watching they're an NBA. There's like, they may show you Portland or something. You're like, I'm out on that.
Yeah, I don't want that. I'd go Office. It's Always Sunny to try and
That's
keep the
not what
comedy.
you had originally.
I changed it. Yeah, Bob kind of swayed me there with the comedy. I was thinking Breaking Bad as a rewatchable.
I had
It's-
Breaking
it's
Bad
just-
on there, but I've never rewatched an episode of Breaking Bad other than the last 2 minutes of the final episode.
Oh, wow.
Where I won't give it away for those who haven't seen it yet.
I've rewatched it 3 times.
Yeah,
I rewatched it twice.
It's too intense for me. Like, I remember watching it was during COVID, and Jen and I would have to stop the TV and like go outside,
still have a cigarette.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a
like
thing.
seriously, like, okay, we need to decompress after
Yeah.
that. Can you get through? And we would have conversations. Can we do one episode today? Do you have enough stamina to get through one episode of Breaking Bad today? I'm like, yeah, I think we can get through that. And then it starts like I lived that show, right? And because I binged it the way that I did.
Yes.
And so I was living that show. Like, so I can't go back and watch it just because of how intense that was. Greatest show ever, but
yes.
so intense for me.
Yeah, that's kind of why I got rid of it. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Kind of same reason as South Park. Stick with the times. And then, yeah, sports, NBA, Hardwoods Classics. Yep. Just give me history.
The Hardwood Classics.
Yep.
The old school basketball.
Old school basketball. Yep.
That.
Yeah. That's what I would want to watch.
Because
Yep.
usually they're not going to show you a bad game.
No,
You know,
it's
if you're
gonna be a
watching the
great
classics,
game.
it's something that
Yes.
was classic.
Game 6 comeback or something.
Yeah,
Give me that.
Something crazy.
Yes.
Text line says Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, and Succession. So you're just going straight into dramas.
Yeah, that's a heavy list right there, bro.
Succession's great. Dream TV rotation, Big Bang Theory, 24, and Bull.
24 is a show I haven't heard about in a long time, man. That was big in the early 2000s.
What was that last one? Bull?
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 Okay.
I don't know what that one is.
I still need to watch the Jeremy Allen show, The Bear.
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen that
I still
yet.
gotta dive into that.
I've heard
it's
that's
great.
good. Yeah.
I've also heard it's very depressing. Yeah. So, I don't know. Dream rotation. YouTube TV, send it out. And then the comments in the tweet are hilarious. What about MLB Net?
Yeah, everything they don't have.
What about raising my prices every 2 weeks?
Boy, they're the devil right now when it comes to TV,
Dude.
right?
They're not great. That's for sure. God, Hardwood Classics is hilarious. I want to watch the old school days.
Yeah, man. It's the best.
I want to see Kevin Parrish.
Yeah.
Or Robert Parrish.
Robert Parrish, there we go.
Who is Kevin? Kevin McHale.
Kevin McHale.
Yep. Yeah. I want to see Christian Leitner get beat
One
up.
of the only relevant Kevins still out there.
Yeah. Kevin from The Office.
Yeah.
Spill the chili. Coming up on the other side, early draft talk.
Every time I carry that sauce, it doesn't fall.
96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, those kiddos are going back to school today, but they're going to be wound up for the weekend, and you're going to be looking for something fun to do, right? Something that's fun for you, something that's fun for the kids, something that's fun for everybody. And the answer to that question is Foaling. Foaling is located at 435 in State Line, and it's football plus bowling plus bar, and that's Fowling Warehouse, Kansas City. Come take your best shot at throwing the football at the bowling pins. And you're thinking, what? Yeah, you're setting up bowling pins just like you would be bowling. But instead of rolling that ball down the lane, you're throwing the football, you're knocking the pins down, and you're having yourself a blast. And Fowling is perfect for everyone. You want to do a family night out? Perfect. You want to do a guy's night out? Even better. You want to do a girl's night out? Awesome. You want to have a birthday party, a company party, any kind of party you want? Fowling has got you covered. They're world-class bar with great cocktails and an unbelievable bar selection, and they let you cater your own event as well. So reserve a lane now at FowlingKC.com. That's FowlingKC.com. You can check them out at 435 and State Line and get your Fowl on.
Advent Health welcomes the KC Golf Show, February 21st through 23rd at the Overland Park Convention Center. Get a dozen front door perks while they last. Enter our indoor golf championship. Enjoy the PXG Zone, Saturday women's event, and get fitted with Golf MD at the Golf Show, February 21st through 23rd at the OP Convention Center. Thanks to The Puttery, Great Life Golf, Olathe Ford, Extreme Green, Tito's Vodka, Birdie's Indoor Golf, Topo Chico Hard Seltzer, Imperial Golf, and Barry's Golf and Groove. VIP tickets at KansasCityGolfShow.com.
March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 wager wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets to even who you think is going to cut down the nets. You guys know I like my Missouri Tigers, and I got a feeling this could be the year that they make a deep run in the tournament. So don't wait anymore. And if you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time than the present. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/KFNZ, use my promo code, and get in on the March basketball action. FanDuel is an official sports betting partner of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue is novel drawable bonus badge, which expires 7 days after street restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under agreement Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700. Visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort. Now, I know you're probably spelling comfort in your head and asking yourself, is that possible? Am I just a really bad speller? Look, I don't know your spelling aptitude, but Skechers most definitely put the S in comfort because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has developed fits and features that change everything you know about comfort, like hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the ultimate in comfort and convenience. It's footwear you just step into and they're on, with no bending down. Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hey folks, it's Karen from Shamrock Roofing and Construction. Thank you for making Shamrock Roofing one of the top 30 roofing companies in the nation. We're family owned and ready to help you with your roof today. Inspect, repair, replace. One call does it all at Shamrock Roofing. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Chiefs coverage is brought to you by Shamrock Roofing and Construction. shamrockroofer.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. Missouri side 70 westbound slows at Woods Chapel. Stays very heavy over past 470. The earlier accident, though, has been cleared onto the right lane, and all lanes getting through. Metro Ford off Noland Road in Independence is your Ford F-150 headquarters. Right now, get over $13,000 in savings on select new XLT Ford F-150s. When's the last time you saw deals like that? These trucks are moving fast, so hurry to Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. See dealer for details. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Listen to the Royals Spring Training Opener this Friday with first pitch at 2 o'clock. Right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2. Kansas City in Odyssey Sports Station.
Connor McDavid, more like Connor McSuck. I can't take credit for that. That's Craig Cody's thing from Le Batard's show. Made a bit out of it. The guy's like, he's never won a title, but he's the best in the sport. He's like early Peyton Manning, I think is what my buddy told me last night.
Connor McDavid?
Yeah.
I mean, he was close to that title, right?
Well, he was Edmonton's guy.
Yeah.
3-1, got all the way to and then the Panthers won the whole thing.
Panthers end up winning the whole thing, yeah. I don't know. Do we judge hockey players on that? Now, wouldn't the goalie be the comp to the quarterback in hockey?
Well, it took Ovechkin forever, right? Or did it not? Did he get one young?
He got one. No, they won in like 17 or 18. That's Specs team. He'll know. He'll text us when they won that championship. Like 17 or 18.
It took a long time, though.
But it took him a while to get it, right?
Right.
So and people did that to him. Sydney got it like right out of the chute.
Well, they won like 85 in Pittsburgh right out of the gut. Yeah, no, it would have been great if they were here,
Never knew our boss hated anyone in the world more than me. Sidney Crosby.
He does? Spectre doesn't like Sidney Crosby? I guess because he's an Ovechkin fan. Yeah, that's
he's
true.
The Caps guy.
The Caps and pegs.
It's like hating Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
But
if that's your rival, and for Washington and Pittsburgh, that's a big rivalry. And so I get that. No, that makes sense.
I mean, he went on like a 4-minute tyrant yesterday with Mac and I, because Mac's like, I got Sidney scoring. He's like, hate that effing guy.
I had Sidney getting a goal last night too, and it didn't work for me on the underdog app. But I did have Austin Matthews with the assist last night. I did have Connor McDavid with a goal last night, but I needed Jack Hughes to have at least an assist in that game last night, and he didn't. I was disappointed in his performance during this thing. I'm sure somebody will tell me, oh, you didn't watch right, and his plus-minus rating was fantastic, or whatever they do. But I was a little disappointed by him. I thought this would be a good time for him to rise to be that next kind of star.
Yeah.
And Jack Eichel, too. I don't know if you guys like Jack Eichel or not, but I've been watching him for a while now. For some reason, years ago, I was watching a lot of the Devils games. They played Buffalo all the time because it was like right after COVID. And so all they played was like Buffalo and Boston. Like it was unbelievably bad. And so I watched a lot of Jack Eichel games. I really like this guy as a player. Him getting to go to Vegas and having an opportunity to win is great, but he could be another great American face for the sport. He looked like a hockey player last night. Like he looked like he was ready to smoke some cigs and drink some light beer, man. Like that right there, that's America.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Slovin, the defenseman for us last night, who was getting everywhere? Was that right?
Never heard of him.
No?
Slobodan, there was a Slobodan guy somewhere.
There was a defenseman who was just killing it last night. They were bringing it up. I can't remember his name right now, but
Slobodan?
No, Slovin or something. Started with an S.
Maybe just pull up the roster.
But yeah,
Slovin.
McDavid felt like he was kind of having a rough game until the end there, and that last goal wasn't.
I mean, that last shot was pretty.
That last shot was insane. But he just wasn't retaining passes.
I mean, it was
incredible.
It was insane. Look, America had plenty of opportunity to win that game last night, but Jordan Binnington was bigger. He was bigger than the United States last night, and he played great. I mean, when you see a great performance in sports, you know it. And Jordan Binnington in overtime last night, man, that was one of that was just pure poetry in motion. Watching a guy play goalie like that, that was wild, man. And again, it shows you how dialed in these dudes are to winning that game and winning that cup last night. They wanted that more than anything. I'm sure if that's a regular season NHL game, whatever. Binnington probably gives up a goal at the end and they end up losing, but that was for everything for them last night, and he put on a hell of a performance. So I go back to the question, is the quarterback the goalie in hockey? Because I know the stars, for the most part, aren't the goalies in hockey, but you look at Connor McDavid, or you look at, as we mentioned with Ovechkin, finally winning theirs. I feel like hockey's more of a team sport that's reliant on the goalie, and if you're going to compare anything to a quarterback, I think it has to be the goalie in hockey. But I don't know. I could be wrong.
I think it's funny that on all the social media platforms it has like the United States flag and then like Canada's flag, and then there's a Super Bowl trophy underneath one, and it says 59-0.
That's great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Jacob Slavin. That was his name. Slavin.
I'd change my last name.
Yeah, it's rough.
Slavin? I'd be like, do something about it. I'm a defender in the NHL. You don't like my last name? Come over here and do something about it, Jack. Okay. So, mock draft 1.0. For those of you that don't follow Binkley or Chris Unicero, they do their Character Concerns podcast. You can go check that out. You can download it on the Odyssey app. You can listen to it. Very informative about players that I've never heard of.
That's right.
About strategies that maybe people have, and they try to get you as close as they can. So Unicero, Jay Binkley, Character Concerns podcast. Binkley was like with us Wednesday, and it's nice when you can kind of get on the same page as Binkley, because like his drafts will always fluctuate. But I was asking about a running back. Like, is that a position of need? And according to Fox College Football, they have comps and picks of where the running back class will go, because there's 12 to 15 running backs in this class this year. It's the running back class.
It is. Now we've cycled back to a running game.
And I know Binkley says he doesn't believe in the renaissance of running backs. I do.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is kind of making a renaissance into the league. You've seen what Saquon Barkley can do for the Philadelphia Eagles. They have a great offensive line. They have a very talented running back. He carried them all the way to the Super Bowl in New Orleans. They end up winning. He wasn't the biggest part of that game, but he was still a dual threat from the run and the pass.
Look, he's a major factor in that Super Bowl because the Chiefs put all their eggs in their basket to stop him, and they beat you another way.
Right. So they have Ashton Genty going as the top running back overall, going to Dallas, and his comp is LaDainian Tomlinson.
He feels like a Dallas Cowboy, doesn't he? Like, that feels like a perfect Dallas Cowboy pick at number 10.
Judkins from Ohio State, they have going to the Giants, and his comp is Joe Mixon. They have a running back going to the Kansas City Chiefs, and Mac will have to sit down because he's wearing gray sweatpants, but it's Dylan Sampson in the second round out of Tennessee, and his comp is James Cook.
That'd be nice. You get a guy like that in this
And what I've said
team,
is
right?
I think that the one thing the Chiefs need to do is they need to draft like a dual threat running back. I think that would help this offense. You're going to have to make Travis Kelce the third or fourth option. If he comes back and doesn't retire, he's going to have to take load management and just be like, hey, you're the goal line and third down and short guy. Like, we don't need you to have 1,000 yards. We don't even need to have 785 yards.
He'll have 1,000 next year.
I hope. Yes, he's hilarious. But like
Please.
James Cook is a guy who with Buffalo right now is in kind of, back and forth.
That dude wants
negotiation.
more money than God right now.
Fair.
Good luck.
And so if the Chiefs can't get somebody like that, I think that's great because I do believe that could be something that Mahomes and Andy Reid could really like kind of put into this offense to like penetrate it back to being a number one threat style of offense. Plus, what does Bob always say? Andy Reid, he knows how to adjust with the times. Is this the time to take a running back in the second or the third round that can be a dual threat?
Could you say maybe they were ahead of it when they did draft Clyde Edwards-Helaire a couple of years ago after COVID, and they were trying to work him in? Because if
I think
Clyde
they fell in
Edwards-
love with the moment.
I think if he pans out, right, you're not talking about the need for a run. Well, maybe you are. It's kind of getting to that point where, he's probably at the end of his
the end of the rookie
run and whatnot. You have to talk about re-signing him to a bigger deal, and they probably wouldn't have done that. But just imagine if if they didn't listen to Mahomes and they, a kid. But if Clyde Edwards-Helaire panned out, the Chiefs would have been on the front end of what was going on with the running back position, because that's how they would have utilized, I believe, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. In the limited time we saw him play, I mean, I go back to the opening game against Houston, man, he was phenomenal that day. And if that was like the beginning of what we were going to get out of Clyde Edwards-Helaire, it was going to be awesome. And he just never got there, right? And things happen in life and stuff happens, and you just, kind of chalk that one up to life. And it just didn't work out for Clyde Edwards-Helaire here. Maybe it works out in New Orleans. He did get re-signed down there for the next season. So congratulations to him, and good for him. He's had a lot to work through in life. But I think you could use that and say that the Chiefs were actually ahead, because they always are ahead. The guy that they went to the dance with just didn't get him to the finish line, Like, it was the right idea at the right time. They saw where this game was going and how it was starting to evolve. They went and got a running back in the first round, which they hardly ever do, obviously. And you had that opportunity to kind of lay that groundwork. It just didn't work with that player. And if they drafted somebody else, maybe they are considered on the cutting edge of bringing that running back to the offense.
Yeah. I mean, I would just love it. I think it just would make this offense absolutely explode. I think it would give you that sort of because what's everybody always say? Like, Andy, throw those screen passes.
Yeah,
again.
that's what Clyde, I still picture Clyde in the screen game and catching it out in the flat and running, and just it didn't work.
Didn't pan out.
No.
Mock 1.0, Chris Unacero and Jay Binkley, character concerns. They have Siobhan Revel, that corner out of East Carolina, 6'3", tall, long cornerback. That's their Mock 1.0. So make sure and go listen to that.
No doubt. I don't know if Drew Nixon's listening, but I think I have a way to maybe make him think things from a Kansas City perspective when it comes to his Bengals, because they are a team of topic in this offseason for many reasons that are very expensive. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, if you're making those spring break plans and you're flying out of town, you need to place your car at Park and Go because it's all covered parking. And when you're out of town, you want your car protected. You don't want to have to come back and clean snow and ice and all that nastiness off your car in the wintertime. And in the summertime, in the springtime, you don't want your car to sit out in a parking lot with the sun beating on it and ruining the interior. Oh, no. That's why you got to use Park and Go. They make it so easy to make your reservation. Go to bookparkandgo.com immediately after you make your flight reservation. Then make your parking reservation and prepay to get their lowest rate. That way you have all your covered parking spots reserved and you're ready to go. Show up on the day of your flight, give them that reservation number. They will direct you right to your parking spot. As soon as you get to that spot, the van meets you and takes you right to the airport terminal, and you're there in no time at all. When you get back, parking goes even better because they're waiting for you. Just grab your bags, walk off the plane, jump on the bus, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. Join their frequent parker program like we did and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse.
I know. Just got the notification.
Made it.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Stay in the know with USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Choose from select Superstar Premium, Extreme, or Platinum batteries at O'Reilly Auto Parts and get up to a $15 gift card after rebate. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstar batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Men, this is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And though I generally talk about medicine and effective treatments for erectile dysfunction and other men's sexual health issues, today I want to talk about love. Because love is the best reason to get treated for your ED. You see, ED can cause major relationship issues. In fact, men often push their partners away when ED becomes a problem. The condition can cause depression, arguments, breakups, and even contribute to divorce. But the good news is that if you're like most men suffering with ED, you can be successfully treated at Heartland Men's Health and put a stop to the relationship stresses that ED can cause. I say this with all confidence because we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. Truly, it's likely you'll find you're performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and get the love back in your life. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices: Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Right now, get up to a $15 gift card after rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us.
Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes story from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When Keller Fire and Safety does routine inspections, the two most common fire sprinkler problems are paint and corrosion. A fresh new coat of paint is great on walls and ceilings, but not on fire sprinkler heads, and corrosion buildup happens silently. Bottom line, painted and corroded sprinkler heads will not operate properly. Call Keller to inspect, clean, repair, or replace. Keep your employees and property safe and keep the fire marshal happy.
Keller Fire and Safety.
KellerFire.com.
Basketball fans, don't miss the MIAA Basketball Championships March 5th through 9th at Municipal Auditorium. 18 games over 5 days, the nation's best small college basketball tournament will feature some of the nation's best Division II teams. Get your tickets now through Ticketmaster and visit odyssey.com/965thefan/events February 20th through 24th to register to win free tickets. MIAA Madness, March 5th through 9th. Bring your A game.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 70 westbound moving better out of Blue Springs. Earlier problem past 470 has cleared. Just some lingering slowdowns off again on again from Woods Chapel in towards Noland. Heading 470 westbound, slow approaching Blue Ridge Boulevard with a problem on the shoulder. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Microphone issues. Now there's a company-wide email that says Dustin's dump button. I don't know if you got it or not. You think we get a reply all to that? Come on. Seriously. Do we get a reply all that says Dustin's dump button doesn't work in the 96.5 The Fan studio? Oh, no. Oh, jizz.
Hope your dump gets better.
Yeah. Don't cuss. Coming up a little bit later, a bit from the past that makes it to the future of Fescoe and Dusty. I want to talk about Cincinnati for a second. Because I don't know, guys. Do you think they're probably one of the top 3 most focused on teams in this offseason?
Yeah, I think they have a lot to focus on and a lot of big names, too. And so, I think when you combine those and Joe Burrow's doing a lot of talking, so.
As Burrow is doing everything he's supposed to do. I don't think that people need to like Drew is so wrapped up in the Burrow comments about his team that I don't know if he sees what Burrow's doing. Because if Burrow doesn't say anything, then he looks like an ass. But if he oversells it, he looks like the leader that he's supposed to be. It's kind of like, I don't know, a competitive Little League coach. I'd love to keep all the kids. I love all these kids. But unfortunately, I can only keep 6. But he's not going to tell you the opposite because he doesn't want bad blood with, the families. So the Cincinnati Bengals have Trey Hendrickson, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins all needing new contracts. You say, why just those 3 names? Because those 3 guys are Pro Bowlers and tops at their position that are going to make a ton of money.
Some of the biggest names in the league. I mean, Trey Hendrickson was your sack leader, and everybody knows T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people think that they're going to tag T. Higgins. He's going to play under the tag. They're going to give Jamar Chase the bag, and they're going to pay Trey Hendrickson. Here's the problem with that. Cincinnati, if they truly believe that Joe Burrow is the 2nd or 3rd best quarterback in the NFL, they simply cannot pay Jamar Chase. And I say that because you don't need a top 3 wide receiver if you have a top 3 quarterback. But what they can do is pay T. Higgins, who will be significantly cheaper than Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase wants $40 million a year. Jamar Chase is going to get it. I'm sorry,
I don't know that he's getting $40 million a year.
I will bet you lunch or dinner, wherever you want, that Jamar Chase will make $40 million a year.
What's the highest paid wide receiver right now?
42 or 43, isn't it?
No. Who's that? Who's getting
Justin Jefferson?
He's making $42 or $43
I think he's
million
making,
a year.
He's either making 30. He's making anywhere from 39 to 41. Or is it 30? Is it way less than that?
So he's got a 4-year 140, so
that's 30
with 110 guaranteed, so between 30, like 30-ish.
30-ish, yeah, $30 million.
Yeah.
Jamar Chase wants 40.
Yeah, he's not getting that.
And he's going to get whatever he wants.
They're saying average salary of 35. So yeah, he wants $5 million more average.
Yeah, and he put up the Triple Crown number. He's the second best wide receiver in football, and he's very, very young. Now, there's a lot that comes with Jamar Chase, so that plays to a factor. But if I'm Cincinnati, I would pay T. Higgins, and I would pay Hendrickson. Your defense is atrocious. You need somebody on your defense that can help you out, and why not pay a pass rusher? Somebody that can actually change a game or get you the ball back, be a force on the defensive side. Joe Burrow shouldn't need Jamar Chase. And I get it. People will be like, well, why not? Jamar Chase is great. They went to college together. They have chemistry. They have history. They're great together. Jamar Chase should be able to be great without Joe Burrow, and Joe Burrow should be able to be great without Jamar Chase. And you don't have to pay him that money. You look at what the Buffalo Bills did. They didn't pay Stephon Diggs. They let him walk. Shakir was Josh Allen's number one wide receiver last year. Let me know if you knew who Shakir was going into this year, or if you knew a lot about him, because you didn't. And what did Josh Allen do? He won the MVP. The Kansas City Chiefs had Tyreek Hill, and they let him walk because they knew that Patrick Mahomes was a top 3 quarterback, the top quarterback in the league. They knew that he didn't need Tyreek Hill. In fact, what did Patrick Mahomes do? The very next year, he won the MVP and a Super Bowl.
What was your reaction the day they traded Tyreek Hill?
New era.
What was your reaction? The same as most fans had was, oh my God, we're dead because Tyreek Hill is gone?
No, my reaction was, I never thought he was going to get paid as much as he thought he was going to get paid. It sucks, but I trust that they have Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Which T. Higgins, essentially the Travis Kelce to Joe Burrow. Unfortunately, Travis Kelce, or fortunately for the Chiefs, that position just doesn't get paid like wide receivers. But he was the highest paid tight end until George Kittle made $0.5 million more than he did. T. Higgins is big, tall, body, fast, good receiver. Travis Kelce, big, tall, quick, tight end, good hands. So you can lean into that and have that number one.
To your quarterback. If you're fully wedded to your quarterback, like you should be with Joe Burrow, there's no need to pay Jamar Chase and T. Higgins both, because you eventually have to spend money, as we've talked about now for 2 weeks with this situation. You've got to get your guy some defense, because he can't go out there and try to win every game 35-34. It's just not possible to do in the NFL anymore. It's too hard to do in the NFL anymore.
They tried to do it this year and it failed.
And it failed. And you want to make it easier for your quarterback? Do not waste money on Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Pick one or the other, and I would do T. Higgins as well, because he is going to be cheaper, and you've got a top quarterback in this league. You don't need to be paying wide receivers. Teams are not winning championships because of a wide receiver alone. So if you got a top 3 quarterback in this league, spending big-time dollars, $30-some million on a wide receiver is stupid. It is a waste of money for you as an organization. If you're spending that money on a wide receiver, it means you don't have a quarterback. It means you have Tua or Kyler Murray or somebody that's not very good. So you have to go out and spend money on right? You win games because of Joe Burrow. You've paid Joe Burrow. You need to invest on the defensive side of the football. And quite honestly, if you're the Cincinnati Bengals and you're not following the mode that the Chiefs were in and that the Patriots were in for the last 25 years combined, and that's pay your quarterback and basically let everybody else walk without breaking the bank on them, then you're doing it wrong. You need to look at the Chiefs and you need to look at the Patriots and say, both of those teams went out there and paid their quarterback and made their quarterback raise everybody else's level around them, and they both did that. So that's why you pay defense. I think paying Jamar Chase, if you're the Cincinnati Bengals, and letting Trey Hendrickson walk or not fixing the defensive side of the football, you're not going to win many games.
And somebody says the Bengals are effed without Chase. I don't believe that.
then that tells you Joe Burrow isn't any good then, if you believe that.
Because, like you had mentioned, there's a reason why Justin Jefferson got paid and stayed in Minnesota. They didn't have a great quarterback. They needed somebody to help out Kirk Cousins, and now obviously somebody that helped out Sam Darnold and J.J. McCarthy. You need that leader there.
You need Justin Jefferson because you don't have Joe Burrow. You don't have Patrick Mahomes. You don't have Tom Brady.
T.O. didn't stay with San Francisco. Randy Moss didn't stay with Minnesota. Right? Like those guys that were great at the time, they didn't stay with the team they came up with. They went elsewhere for the money, and the team was like, okay, well, we're not going to keep you. Like, we trust that Jeff Garcia will be fine without Terrell Owens. We trust that Dante Culpepper will be fine without Randy Moss. He wasn't. Dante Culpepper's career was essentially done once Randy Moss left Minnesota, and then he had that weird stint in Miami.
Hurt, didn't he? Did Dante get hurt too? Did he have a blood clot or something weird happen to him?
That's Wembanyama.
I know that, but did Dante Culpepper have something that ended his career prematurely?
Maybe it was like a neck.
Because he was on fire for a couple of years.
Yeah, and Randy Moss at like 22 years old.
He tore ligaments in his right knee during a game in 2005.
Yeah, just kind of never came back from that. Yeah,
had surgery and never really came back.
Right. The get your roll on celebration.
Yeah, I love Dante Culpepper. He was fun to watch, man. That Vikings team too was fun to watch.
Yeah, and ACL, PCL, and MCL.
Yeah, that's
and that's like you can hit me with stats with Jamar Chase. I understand that. I get that. 127, 70 touchdowns. I'm a big Jamar Chase guy.
Big guy. Big Jamar Chase.
But again, Cooper Kupp did that in the Rams offense a couple years ago. They're better with Puka Nacua now than Cooper Kupp.
It just doesn't make sense from a world in which we live.
They won a Super Bowl with Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, but I said now. That's why they're not going to give Cooper Kupp money. They're going to keep Puka Nacua and pay him.
Yeah, Cooper Kupp's going to walk.
But they did pay him.
I know. I'm saying now. Like now, you would not pay Cooper Kupp.
Now you're not paying Cooper Kupp.
Well, he's 33.
Yeah. But
But he won the Triple Crown 2 years ago.
Yeah, you got to get out early on these guys.
Jamar Chase is 24.
It doesn't matter. Your team right now, and this sounds stupid, but it's the truth. The Bengals don't need Jamar Chase. They need a defense. And that's where they should be focused on. They should tell Jamar Chase, hey, man, we appreciate everything. Fun ride, enjoy, go get the bag, go get paid, and have a great career. But for us to make it better for our quarterback, it's not to surround him with his buddies from the wide receiver position or LSU or anything like that. Joe Burrow's going to be a better quarterback if he wins more games. How does he win more games? You got to play complementary football. The Chiefs realized that a couple of years ago, and when they started to put all their resources onto the defensive side, other teams should have perked up their antenna and went, uh-oh, the Chiefs are starting to build their defensive side of the football. Maybe we should do that as well. I don't think Jamar Chase makes you a better football team. You are what you are with Jamar Chase right now, which is a mid-team, right? And that's what Cincinnati is. They're a mid-team. They're 8 and below. They're not in the playoffs, right? So why didn't they make the playoffs this year? You gave me those great Jamar Chase numbers. Wasn't because Jamar Chase didn't perform this year. They didn't make the playoffs because they didn't stop anybody. And so they fired their defensive coordinator, brought in Al Golden to coordinate their defense from Notre Dame. But now you have to invest with players, with draft capital, with top-notch, guys in the draft. If I'm Cincinnati, I'm not drafting offense this year. I got Joe Burrow. Hey, Joe, Patrick Mahomes won a Super Bowl with Kadarius Toney as his wide receiver. He won a Super Bowl with McCole Hardman catching the game-winning pass in that Super Bowl. He took a team to the Super Bowl 3 consecutive years, losing his number 1 and number 2 wide receiver weapons in the first month of the season this year. So, Joe, I hate to say it, but if you want to be in the Patrick Mahomes category, you're going to have to go out there and be the offensive catalyst. We'll invest in defense, but it's your job to make everybody better, just like Mahomes and Josh Allen have done so far.
Go ahead.
Well, go ahead.
No, I just know that you're on the text line side. I just had no idea there's this many Jamar Chase fans. But go ahead.
I think it is a hot take. I think you have to recognize that. I mean, to get rid of what, in my opinion, the best, other than Travis and Mahomes, the best connection in football right now could be an all-time connection.
The Chiefs got rid of Tyreek Hill.
But I think they retained what was the best connection maybe in football history.
But not the most prolific, can break a big play, that type of thing. Like Tyreek Hill is looked at as a superstar in this league.
Number 1 player in the NFL.
And he was.
But we all know. Come on. But it was the best connection in football history, Travis and Mahomes.
Yeah, but he's still a tight end, right?
Yeah, for sure.
He's still not a wide receiver. But why can't T. Higgins be that guy for him?
I think if you switch Tyreek Hill, let's say he's the tight end and Travis is the wide receiver, I think the Chiefs end up paying Kelsey, even though with the money. And I think sometimes
it's weird to put it that way, though.
I think Why?
Because he's just not a wide receiver.
Well, I'm just saying, like, trade their connections. Fine, make
Yeah,
Tyreek
no, I see
Hill
what
that
you're
connection. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do they pay Travis Kelce,
I think they
Tyreek
would have
Hill?
valued that connection just like I think the Bengals should. And, like, Trey Hendrickson, he's 30. I don't think they should pay Trey Hendrickson. He's also terrible against the run. They can
17 and a half sacks, though, is pretty
17 and a half
damn
sacks,
good.
yeah.
Back-to-back years.
I mean, you're scoring 40 points a game. The other team's passing the whole time. Yeah, he gets a lot of time to tee off, no doubt. I would just say you can pay Jamar, have a good draft class, and still have cap space. They're top 10 in cap, and you can go get a defense and retain what is the best connection in football right now.
Or you can just use that money and those resources and allocate that to where your biggest weakness. This is why teams lose. I'm just being honest with you. This is why teams lose and general managers get fired. Because this is the line of thinking that they're using right now. Well, it's Jamar Chase. We got to pay him. They end up paying Jamar Chase. They end up ruining their cap moving forward. They don't address what really is the need, and here we sit, right?
Text line, they paid Tyreek. Okay.
They paid Tyreek in like single-year contracts, and then Tyreek became a pain in the ass, and they traded him.
So here's the other thing that I will bring up for past reference to defend my case, my Jamar case. Here's what I'm saying. The Buffalo Bills didn't pay Stephon Diggs. Josh Allen won the MVP the very next year.
They did pay Stephon.
But they didn't retain him. They let him walk, and he went and got a huge contract, or not a huge contract, but they didn't bring him back. And Jamar and Josh Allen, they believe, and the narrative is because they believe that Josh Allen didn't need Stephon Diggs.
Right.
The other reason
and they were right about that.
The other reason why they didn't bring him back, character concerns.
Right.
Right? Am I wrong with that?
No, you're right about that.
Okay.
No, he was a pain in the ass.
So stay with me. Let's go to Kansas City. They gave Tyreek Hill the extension. They didn't give him the money. They had him in a room, offered him a ton of money, and then Devontae Adams got his money, and he said, I want more. Also, did Tyreek Hill have character concerns?
Oh, yeah.
Am I wrong with saying that?
I think it's pretty evident. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Jamar Chase this year, did we just forget the first 5 weeks of the season where he's calling his head coach out by the first name?
Right.
You have to ask Zach about that. Got a personal foul against Kansas City Chiefs
Week
that
2.
essentially cost them the game.
Yep.
Does Jamar Chase have character concerns?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a pain in the ass, too.
Oh, now he doesn't. Now he doesn't. No,
I think he's a diva wide receiver. I think we've seen.
And teams don't necessarily want that.
Exactly.
I mean,
I'm saying character concerns, like throwing the team under the bus, being a problem in
calling
the locker
your coach
room.
Zach is a big red
that one was
flag
rough.
to me. And
No
then
doubt.
having the penalty against the Chiefs.
But now we're forgetting about that because he had a Triple Crown season and he's played with Joe since they were 18 years old. They played at LSU for 1 year.
They had
people act like they were in college for the entire time.
They were inseparable, right?
They played 1 year together.
So what if he won the Triple Crown in receiving? How'd your team do?
I'm just saying.
Did you make the playoffs this year?
My main narrative is if Joe Burrow is as good as you think he is, do you necessarily have to pay Jamar Chase all that money and lock that up?
If Joe Burrow is as good as you think he is, it's the right decision to not pay Jamar Chase. You've got to buy into your quarterback. Again, it's what New England did, and it's what Kansas City did, and it worked for both of them. That's what you have to do.
And I am not saying that Jamar Chase is a stud receiver or that he's a generational talent or that he's great and doesn't deserve the money. I'm just saying my take on this is if he is that expensive, you have to take time and look at yourself and say, hey, Joe Burrow doesn't necessarily need him. And to have this whole narrative that they played together all this time in LSU, 1 year. It was 1 year. And then they went to the pros. Jamar Chase did not get drafted because he sat out the COVID year. Right. And then he's been with Cincinnati since. It's been great. It's been a great ride. Some great things come to an end, and this is one of those where if you trust in Joe Burrow and you want to set your team up successfully, then you can.
It's the best move for the overall success of the organization. Again, you can go back and give me all the stats you want. I'll tell you they were under 500 and they didn't make the playoffs.
And again,
this year.
somebody says the plan wasn't to trade Tyreek. They offered him 25 per before Adam. It's exactly what I said. But Jamar Chase wants the most money.
Tyreek never wanted 25. He wanted the most money and wanted to be the highest paid receiver, and the Chiefs weren't going to do that.
After Devontae Adams got signed.
The Chiefs just were never going to do that with Tyreek Hill.
But yes, they offered him a contract and they were close to signing it. And then the Devontae Adams thing broke and he wanted to be the top paid receiver. Jamar Chase, again, the argument starts with this. Jamar Chase wants $40 million per year, which what I'm seeing is that Justin Jefferson makes $40 per year. I don't know. That's what people are saying. And the thing that's crazy is that he wants all that money. If Jamar Chase is like, just pay me for what I'm worth, like give me what Justin Jefferson got, which is 40, then it's expensive. Do you necessarily have to pay that? So again, I don't know. Like everybody thinks that we're absolutely out of our mind that you shouldn't sign.
Yes,
Jamar Chase.
because it's easy to say you need Jamar Chase, because again, this is how we view sports. We view it in a simplistic way a lot of times, right? And I know from like if you're sitting down to kill time on a Sunday afternoon, you're watching a game, you see Jamar Chase. God, what a great football player he is. You got to have him on your team. But then you take a step back and you really start to look at the big landscape of things and say, Cincinnati hasn't been to the playoffs in a couple of years. They really haven't done anything in the playoffs in almost 3 seasons now. Why do we want to keep going back and doing the same thing over and over again? Because as they say, you know, insanity is the definition of doing the same thing over and over again and hoping for a different result. You've not been a very good team with Jamar Chase. You just haven't. You had that great little run where you beat the Chiefs, you called it Burrowhead, you got beat in the Super Bowl, and you quite frankly haven't been heard from since. And so for the last 2 or 3 seasons, you've been a mid to sub-mid team. You haven't been making the postseason. Why would you bring the band back and do the same thing all over again? You need to change things up. You need to do things differently, and you really need to take a hard look at your team and say, why didn't we win? Well, we didn't win because we're giving up 35 a game, and we're asking our quarterback to score 36 for every single game. And I go back to 2018 and watching Patrick Mahomes have to score 50 a game and how difficult that was for Patrick Mahomes to score 50 a game. So in the fantasy world, yeah, Jamar Chase looks like a great player. But this is where I differ from because I don't view sports in the fantasy world. I view it in the reality of the world. And the reality of the world is exactly what Dusty's saying. It's foolish to pay a wide receiver. If you've got a top quarterback, he's supposed to make everybody better, and you need to invest on the defensive side of the football to make things easier for your franchise
Mac, what's a hotter take? Jamar Chase shouldn't get paid by the Bengals, or Joe Burrow's not as good as people think?
I think the hotter take is Joe Burrow isn't as good as people think.
No,
I don't think it's a hot take at all to not pay Jamar Chase if you're the Bengals. I think it's the right move. I'd have walked a year ago.
I think it's a hot take. I don't think it's a bad take or a dumb take. I think it's a hot take. I think it'd be hot because it's in the minority, but that doesn't mean it's bad. No, I think that's...
But usually, are minority takes always bad, though?
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's not bad. I'm just saying it is the minority.
Always wrong, I should say.
By no means.
It's different.
I was on Sam Darnold train for a while.
Yeah, right.
Worked out okay. It's not great. Okay.
No, it was all right until the last 8 quarters, but... It's a hot take because you disagree with it on the surface. It doesn't mean it's a hot take. If you disagree with something, it's not automatically a hot take. It's something that you disagree with.
Yes.
It's not. It's a smart take that does. Like, that's a take that I would normally take and have. And we've talked about it here in the last couple of weeks. I said Cincinnati's investing in defense, right? That's not a hot take. It's a different take. It makes you think, and then it becomes a hot take because you don't disagree with it, or maybe you don't understand, or maybe you're viewing it from a fantasy standpoint. I'm viewing it from a reality standpoint. And the reality is this is now a complementary league. Look at what the Philadelphia Eagles did defensively. You've got to have defense now in the NFL where this league is, especially along the defensive line. You've got to be able to stop your opponent. You've got to be able to give your offense an opportunity to take a breath every once in a while and not have to go balls to the wall and have to score a touchdown on every drive, because eventually that's not going to work. And for the last couple of years, Cincinnati's had a nice offense. They've had fun, but they haven't made the playoffs. And so you've got to change things up and say, if we run this thing back, we're running back an 8-9 team over the last couple of years.
I just think that I'm trying to let people know that if Jamar Chase wants the most money, which is $40 million a year, you don't pay him that. That's the original thing. And you spend that money trying to make your team better. I'm not saying that there's no way you sign Jamar Chase. I'm saying that if he wants to be that guy that wants that much money, which he should, he's that young, he's that good.
He absolutely should.
They could have paid him less last year, but they chose not to. This is also on Cincinnati.
100%.
Yeah.
So that's also their problem.
It's their fault.
But I'm just saying, like, if he wants that much money, then you have to let that go. Like, you just have, I'm sorry. You've already got your quarterback wrapped up. You got to get your defense better. And without your quarterback, you don't make the playoffs.
I mean, you can't have a wide receiver making quarterback money on a team that's 8-9.
The 2 ways they've not made the playoffs is Burrow didn't play and their defense was bad. Jamar Chase was there the entire time.
Right.
But the 2 years they don't make the playoffs, in the back-to-back years, their quarterback gets hurt and their defense is atrocious. They're the worst defense in football this year.
Yeah, again, Jamar Chase led the NFL, had the Triple Crown as a wide receiver, and they were at home in January or in Cancun, wherever they decided to go.
We all still friends?
Of course.
Okay. I knew that was going to get heated.
I don't think that's a good sports
debate.
It's a good
sports talk.
It's
100%.
Yeah, I mean, it shows you the way that folks view the game and how general managers view it differently than the way a lot of fans view it. And I view it more from the lens of the GM. I cut everybody but the quarterback. That's just kind of how I operate because I know there's always people that you can replace those guys with. You're never going to replace Patrick Mahomes. You're just not. Never. You're not going to replace Josh Allen, and you're probably not going to replace Joe Burrow. Everybody else is replaceable on these teams when you have a quarterback that's that good. You got to let that guy make everybody better because you're paying him that money.
No doubt. Coming up on the other side, we will get to the point of after hours once again as it leaks into Fescoe and Dusty. We'll explain what that is on the other side. 913-586-7965. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. Here, Kansas City, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
I just want to say how awesome it is to have Bob Fescoe and Legend Likens on every morning to start my day. I freaking love you guys.
On your home for Kansas City sports, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control are getting ready to take a look at our lawn, and if they don't run away because it's so bad, they're going to do wonders on our lawn. As soon as this snow melts, I'll be able to see that grass again. It's kind of been nice not having to look at my lawn because it's not good, but Aspen Lawn and Pest Control are going to give me the best-looking lawn on the block, and I can't wait for those guys to come out in their iconic blue trucks and say, all right, we can help you. This isn't that big a deal, and it's not going to be a big deal for them because they went to college for all this, right? They've got degrees in making my lawn look good. I don't have any of those degrees, so I'm going to turn it over to the professionals because I'm tired of wasting my time and money trying to do something that just isn't working. They've been around since 1985 at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, and they provide award-winning service, offering full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control. Right now, if you tell them you heard it right here on 96.5 The Fan, they're going to give you a free estimate plus up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. So you got to expect the best. You want your lawn to look the best this year. Aspen Lawn and Pest Control is just a phone call away. Or better yet, just visit them at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Sebastian Maniscalco.
Now, is this a family? Is this your mother? Where is she? Is she in the crowd? The mom's up there. What kind of family is this? I'm sorry.
It Ain't Right Tour 2025.
The poor mother is in the balcony, and the kids are down here with the father and his gumad. If this was the 80s, the kids would have been up there, and the parents would have been down here.
Sebastian Maniscalco, live on stage in Kansas City, tomorrow night at T-Mobile Center. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Are you ready to start feeling your absolute best? I've got the perfect solution. Stretch Zone, your destination for practitioner-assisted stretching. Whether you're an athlete looking to enhance performance or someone seeking relief from the daily grind, Stretch Zone's personalized stretching sessions cater to all levels and lifestyles. Unleash your potential. Let Stretch Zone guide you to a healthier, more flexible you. 6 area locations. Book your session today at stretchzone.com. Stretch Zone. Stretch, work, play, repeat.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. Choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. Past results afford no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own merits.
I got hurt in a car wreck. Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law.
How about 3 great reasons you should call us? 1, it's easy. You can hire us today on your phone. 2, it's fast. We can start helping you today. 3, the results.
After my wreck, DM Law got me $200,000. Mike's got this.
Call me. I've got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Right now, get up to a $15 gift card after rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. I love Hy-Vee for so many different reasons, but one of the things I love most about Hy-Vee is their customer service. Everyone that works at Hy-Vee is awesome. And you know what else I love about Hy-Vee? I don't have to sacrifice quality and service to get low prices. Hy-Vee just dropped the price on thousands of items in every aisle, in every department, on items I buy every day, both in-store and online. Hy-Vee even match prices with the nation's biggest discount stores. So check out Hy-Vee today and get those low prices only at Hy-Vee.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products, we've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 70 westbound recovering. Earlier problem past Nolan. Blocked the left lane briefly, but that's out of the way now. And things are still kind of sluggish coming in from 470 over past Lee's Summit. Once you get out past Nolan, things pick up and move well. And past that, no delays into downtown. Alan Corr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
All right, good to know that Mac and I are good. I think we're all right. All right, microphone's fixed. Sure, there's a lot of you that want mine to be turned off the rest of the day.
You don't think Jamar Chasers get paid? You think Jamar Chase is washed?
No, I don't think he deserves $40 million to stay on a team that needs a lot of help. I always like to use real quickly before we get into it. I'm surprised Fescoe's letting us adopt bids from after hours, but I appreciate it. But
Shout It Out's coming back. So.
Oh, yeah. Somebody finally stopped texting that. They're like, day 41 of Shout It Out request. Day 42. It stopped at like day 45. I always kind of give the Jamar Chase analogy of like when I was a kid. Like my mom was like, you can have like this one outfit for $100. Nice sweater, nice pants, but that's it. Or we can go to like Old Navy or American Eagle and you can get a couple pair of pants, a couple pair of shirts, and have that for school. And I always went with the more than just the one. Now, again, that's 14, 13-year-old Dusty, not 24-year-old Jamar Chase who just put a Triple Crown year up. So, like, again, and people that say that they should be they want to stay together, I just told Mac this. I'm like, dude, if ESPN called and said, hey, here's $100,000 that's going to be an anchor for us, and we've been together for 2 years, I'd be like, dude, go. Like, go get the money.
I wouldn't think twice.
Yeah, I'd be like, go get it. Like, yeah, I love you. I think you're great.
You should be looking every day.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, everybody should be looking every day and marketing themselves and seeing what's out there, because if you're not, nobody else is for you. And so I'll never begrudge an athlete for going to get his at all, ever.
No.
Never once.
From 913, I know who Bob Fescoe is, but who are legend Mike and John? Okay. Let's get to the out of left field question. That's right. Out of left field question brought to you by absolutely no one. Do you want me to play it? I can do it. It's okay if you want. We used to do this on After Hours. We would do it every night.
Did you invent the out of left field question?
I did.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if I invented the actual phrase, but I started on the show and it brought fan engagement. So the reason I would do it is I would do it every night at 8 o'clock. Because 8 o'clock, late night, who's still listening? Boy, everybody, I mean, you've done After Hours and you've done this question and it loads up.
Yes.
So a sponsor is not there, but they could step up. 913-586-7965. What's one thing that a lot of people can do that you wish you could?
There's a lot of things on that list. Sing.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah. No, I do.
There's
The
a guy
older
that
I
sings
get,
here that you could take lessons from.
I'm better than him. I just wish I could sing better, I should say, than I do.
Again, the out of left field question here on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac. What's the one thing that you wish you could do that a lot of people can't? For me, it's play the guitar. I've said for 3 years now, my New Year's resolution was to learn how to play the guitar. I got to get lessons, man. I don't want to be the guy that gets around bonfires like, check this out, it's called water. I don't want to be that guy, but I'd love to be able to pick it. I'd like to figure out.
Spectre has a guitar if you're looking for it. He took.
I have a guitar. I have
took
acoustic.
lessons for a hot minute.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember him saying that a decade ago.
Yeah, and so he's looking to sell the guitar. If anybody wants to take a guitar lesson, Spectre's got one.
I have one. I've told myself I was going to drive to Meyer Music in Blue Springs, walk in and be like, how do I learn how to play guitar? And just do that. Or maybe find somebody that's really cool that, like, you teach me how to play guitar, and I'll just sit there and rip sports takes. Not that that's what you want.
I don't think anybody wants that.
You'd be surprised.
You trade me guitar lessons for me to rip sports takes? Yeah, I'll charge you for those guitar lessons.
You'd be surprised how many people want to hang out with you. I'm a professional musician, 30 years on guitar, Dusty, if you're interested. Yes.
There you go.
Let's figure it out. 913-586-7965. Jay Southland Tow Service text line. It's the out of left field question on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac. What's one thing that a lot of people can do that you wish you could? Dr. Mackenstein?
Whistle. Can't whistle. I'd be up there. Yeah, thank you. 785 took my other one, which is dunk a basketball.
Yeah, you're never doing it. Well, on an actual regulation size.
Regulation.
Ball, yeah.
I got to a tennis ball. Could never get a basketball.
Mm-hmm. From the 816, grow hair on my head.
That's a good one. Yeah, I like that.
Somebody says,
stop growing it out of your ears and nose, too.
The other one I would say is I wish I could snowboard.
Ooh, yeah.
I watch videos of people that go to like Colorado in the winter and go hit the slopes.
I wish I could ski. Yeah.
Water ski or
no,
any ski?
either. Yeah, either would be fine.
Because the reason I got this question in my head because I was watching the hockey game last night. I'm like, I bet it'd be awesome to be like really good at ice skating.
Oh yeah,
so fun.
Like the way even the refs, like
dude, yes.
Former players that suck, but like to be able to just like hit that backwards skate, then stop and hit that snow scene. Somebody says they wish they could speak multiple languages.
I agree with that as well.
One.
It's a great one. Yeah. I'm battling my daughter now about continuing taking Spanish. And the worst thing I ever did was not take more and embrace it. But also, we didn't start taking foreign languages until we were in 7th grade, and by that time, it's hard. Your brain's already developed for that kind of stuff. And so that's why we started our kids at 2 taking Spanish.
Did you really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, good for you. That's good.
I was
awesome.
Very adamant that they were going to do that because it's one of the biggest regrets in my life. And I always tell the story of Dana Liebengood at KU telling me, get back to New Jersey, you're enrolling in Spanish, and you're going to take Spanish your whole time at KU because baseball's turning into a very Latin sport. And this was 1994. I'm like, nah. And so here we sit. I'm like, to this day, 31 years later, I'm still kicking myself that I didn't embrace learning a foreign language fluently. Spanish.
I took Spanish 1 and 2 in high school. Shout out Miss Buchanan. And then working in the restaurant helped significantly help me learn Spanish because Latino workers, they don't really all speak fluent English. They want to respect you. You want to respect them. Learn a little bit of their language, and they'll learn a little bit of yours. How do you say that guy sucks, man? Like, come here, I'll tell you. How do I say this guy sucks in Spanish, Lupe?
Yeah.
Somebody says, snap my fingers. I wish I could break 80 in golf. Praise be. That's a tough thing to do. Play piano. That'd be awesome.
That's a good one, too.
A lot of people say if you want to learn how to play guitar, you got to learn how to play the piano first.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you get 2 birds, 1 stone. That'd be awesome. Blow a bubble with gum. Tell my wife no.
Tell your wife no?
Yeah.
Wow.
Something that everybody else can do that you just simply can't.
Oh.
I can't tell my wife no.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
It's usually your wife telling us no.
Damn. Somebody says, at this point, I just want to walk on 2 legs again. I broke my ankle before the Friday before the AFC Championship game. I'm so tired of being home every day.
Oh, man.
Damn.
Well, you've been home anyway because of the weather, so don't let that bother you.
I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller.
Yeah, a little Troy texting in this morning. Good.
I wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a baseball bat. Miss Buchanan was hot. She was my teacher, too. Oh, well.
There you go.
Shout out Miss Buchanan. I was also her teacher's aide. It was awesome. It was great. I got to grade Spanish papers. Everybody got an A. And I got to go to lunch whenever I wanted. It was a good time in high school. I wish I could be on a sports talk radio show. It isn't easy, but to talk sports and entertain thousands of people who listen. It's fun.
Hundreds of thousands.
Yeah. Fly an airplane. I don't know if I ever. Yeah, I mean that'd be cool, but like watching all these airplane crashes over the last 2 weeks, I'm like,
yeah. Recently, not so much. Yeah, I don't want to go on one of those little tiny planes, man.
Yeah. Bob wishes he could tell his wife to get him a banana split.
That's true. Yeah.
I hope you get one this weekend.
Yeah.
And I mean the ice cream. There you go. Grow a mustache. I want to be Tom Selleck instead. I look like I shouldn't be allowed 100 yards within a school. You got to just let it go, man. You got to let it go.
Somebody said grow facial hair or grow hair on their head. Is that what the one was? The Yankees are now allowing their players to have facial hair.
Oh, no way. Oh, I'd have a Fu Manchu like today. I guess you could always have that.
Groomed beards moving forward.
So you can't have like the Charlie Blackmon, but you could have like the, I don't know.
I don't know who decides what a well-groomed beard is. Like who's making that decision? Is it Hal Steinbrenner? Is it you? Is it the general public? Does it go to a vote if somebody says it's not well-groomed, but you think it is? And so well-groomed beards moving forward now. If you're the Yankees, you can have facial hair. I kind of liked it when they didn't. You didn't see a lot of the dumb mustaches that these guys have today because they do look stupid.
Coming back on the other side, we will get to how some people go about things differently. I'll explain what that means here on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac as well. And 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Royals.
Fescoe and Dusty.
913-586-7965. Call in right now and tell me how much I suck.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you what, guys, we start to hear about ED and medicine and all the effective treatments for erectile dysfunction and other men's sexual health issues. Today, I want to talk to you, though, about love, because love is the best reason to get treated for ED. We know ED is a relationship destroyer. It can contribute to depression, distancing, conflicts, even breakups, and divorce. And what's so disturbing about this is that most men who suffer with ED can be successfully treated, but a lot of guys don't seek treatment when they should. The one you love is the light of your life, and if you're like most men, you want to do whatever you can to nurture your relationship. But if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction, you know the impacts and the condition is having on you and your partner. That's not a good one. But Heartland Men's Health can help. They have treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. And some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men right here in Kansas City. So schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. Everyone deserves to elevate their beef. Whether you're looking to wow your family with a meal they'll never forget or impress your friends, neighbors, and coworkers, their Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week, or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Basketball fans, don't miss the MIAA Basketball Championships March 5th through 9th at Municipal Auditorium. 18 games over 5 days, the nation's best small college basketball tournament will feature some of the nation's best Division II teams. Get your tickets now through Ticketmaster and visit odyssey.com/965thefan/events February 20th through 24th to register to win free tickets. MIAA Madness, March 5th through 9th. Bring your A game.
March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, and even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Alex and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. FanDuel is an official sports betting partner of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. Missouri side, 71 northbound, off again, on again, heavy as you make your way from 87th up towards Gregory. Metro Ford off Noland Road in Independence is your Ford F-150 headquarters. Right now, get over $13,000 in savings on select new XLT Ford F-150s. When's the last time you saw deals like that? These trucks are moving fast, so hurry to Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. See dealer for details. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
This comes from Nick Capel of the Royals. Good morning, Kansas City. Starting today, the Royals will play 195 games over the next 220 days. Happy baseball season, especially to you, Josh Verner. 195.
Did he say that on there?
190. No. I added that little spaz at the end. 195 games over 220 days.
Say that again.
195 games over the next 220 days.
And that's not including postseason.
No.
You wonder why these dudes are like dead tired after they're done with their season, huh?
Load management.
That's a lot of baseball games. You don't also need 45 spring training games or whatever it is to get ready for the season. Watching the Dodgers yesterday, it was the third inning we made it before the guy goes, guys coming to spring training already in shape these days.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Rick Monday, who played in the 60s when, guys didn't come in the spring. Like, guys have been coming to spring training and training camp in shape probably since the mid-'80s now. But it's a rite of passage in the spring. Yeah. It's a rite of passage. Spring training isn't what it used to be. Guys are already in shape. When I played, we used to have to get in shape at spring training.
You think the Yankees will put names on their jerseys now, too?
No, God, no. I hope they never do that.
Look, guys, there's names on the jerseys, so the guys at the morgue can identify the bodies.
These
Giants
baseball people are all over this Yankees adopting facial hair thing.
Hal Steinbrenner sent a press release.
This is a big deal in baseball because for all these years the Yankees never allowed it. Here's what the press release says. Okay, my question is, who did they try to sign that wouldn't because they had a beard that they really wanted to get and they couldn't get? That's what this boils down to. Or who's going to be a free agent this offseason that may have some facial hair?
Vladimir Guerrero?
That's exactly right. That maybe wants to be a Yankee.
Junior. Sorry, Texas.
Yes, Junior.
Yeah, his dad is Guerrero.
Statement from Hal Steinbrenner. Alteration of facial hair policy. In recent weeks, I have spoken to a large number of former and current Yankees spanning several eras to elicit their perspectives on our longstanding facial hair and grooming policy, and I appreciate their earnest and varied feedback.
Ernest.
These most recent conversations are an extension of ongoing internal dialogue that dates back several years. We're talking about a beard. Ultimately, the final decision rests with me, and after great consideration, we will be amending our expectations to allow our players and uniform personnel to have well-groomed beards moving forward. It is the appropriate time to move beyond the familiar comfort of our former policy.
That's way too long of a press release about
There's no
beards.
need for a press release. Just the next time you meet the media, say, hey, we've given up our faith. But it's a big deal for these baseball people. Like, they're losing their minds on X. The Yankees are now allowing beards. So you're going to go after Vladimir Guerrero this offseason. That's what that tells me.
Yeah, it's just, come on. Hi, we're the Yankees, and now you can grow beards, and you didn't used to. Now we have to go through in here and talk about Ernest goes to jail and Ernest goes to camp. Like, I hate the Yankees. Some people go about things differently. On Up and Adams, Chuck O'Minahue or Charles O'Minahue was on there talking to Kay Adams about what he's done since the Super Bowl and how he handles a loss like that.
I watched the film. I watched it 3 times.
Okay.
We had our exit meetings, talked to the coaches, and I mean, you can't go back in time. You can't dwell. Coach Reed said it perfectly. Like, you can't hang your head on this. Like, you gotta regroup. I said it, like, you gotta retool and refuel, and you can't refuel and retool by still thinking about the past. So you kind of just got to learn from it. Like I said, I watched the game 3 times.
What'd you pick up the third time that you didn't on the first two?
I just watch my bad plays over and over.
Okay, tell me more about that. I literally would never watch a show over that I hated. I don't even watch good
it's
ones
just like,
back.
It ingrains in your head to never do that again. You watch it once. The first time I watch it is just to watch. The second time I'm watching is to really watch my rush, like what I did pass rush wise. And then the third time is to watch my pass rush and look over my bad plays. I wouldn't say bad, it's just I had missed opportunities and a couple rushes, and then one play on Gainwell that I tried to punch the ball out. Wasn't able to. Kind of just told myself in those situations, probably best to get him down, negative yardage. So yeah, and then the offsides I had, just watching that, zooming in and seeing what was wrong.
So some people go about things differently. He said he's watched it 3 times. Kay Adams then says, I don't even go back and watch bad shows that I hate or even good ones. I just can't stand it. Some people listen to their entire show they did on radio. Very tough for me to do that. But how he's handled it is he's gone back and tried to make it look like I'm never going to do this stuff again. I'm never going to be this guy in these certain situations, or I want to be better than I was. I've yet to watch the Super Bowl again, partially because I haven't seen it on. I'm sure it's been on NFL Network, but I haven't seen it.
Not as much as I
game.
thought it would have been, to be honest with you.
And I probably will go home today and try to find it and then just record it, but I haven't seen it from a TV's perspective. And really didn't watch the second half a whole lot either because of what was there. But, I mean, it's just interesting how certain athletes and certain people go about things as catastrophic as that can be.
Well, he says that, you got to move forward and you can't hold on to things. And then he says he watched it 3 times. So that to me was like, which way are we going in this? And I understand you need to watch those games if you're a player and you want to see what you did wrong. I wouldn't watch it, though, because that game is really going to have no bearing moving forward. Like, if you're Andy Reid and those guys, I wouldn't watch that game again. If I'm Patrick Mahomes, I know he's probably watched it 100 times, but I wouldn't have watched that game again, because that doesn't say anything about what's going to happen moving forward. It's a new year, new players, and all that kind of stuff. You do you and handle you the way that you want to do it. But I'm not watching that game again. There's no chance. I'm even if I even come across it, I get sick to myself. And I'm not kidding. If the on-screen guide, I saw that Super, I'm like,
look away,
and move and just continue on to whatever the next channel is, because I don't want to watch that game again. From a fan standpoint, from where I said I don't need to watch that game again. I got nothing to gain by doing that.
Treat it like Medusa.
Yeah, in that same interview, Charles Omenihu, Kay was like, you're not a Chief anymore, and his body language got really upset. And she was like, oh, you don't even like, well, he's like, well, technically the league year hasn't started yet. So you can tell he really likes being here.
He does.
I want him back, man. Yeah. I really like his attitude.
Last year he had said, I'm going to come back, and was doing all this stuff, or you played for 5 minutes. But I realized he's a nice difference maker for you. He's a nice player to have on your roster. I'm not breaking the bank for Charles Omenihu, right? I'm not going out there and overspending to keep him here in Kansas City. But if you want to come back on a deal that we can both agree on, I would really like Charles Omenihu to come back, because I think he made George Karlaftis a better player. We saw that. I mean, George Karlaftis came alive once Charles Omenihu came onto the field. And that's not a knock against, George Karlaftis. That just means you had now to focus attention to the other side of the offensive line, and he took advantage of the one-on-ones and all that stuff that he was given. So I like Charles Omenihu. I would absolutely consider bringing him back, but I think Charles wants to get paid, because he was talking about it last year after the season, how he wanted a new contract, and we're like, excuse me? You played half a season and you're already, but he was really good last year and really good this year when he played. Hopefully we can get a full year out of Charles Omenihu. I'd love to see it.
Well, we only have one defensive tackle signed to the active roster when the new season starts. His name's Chris Jones, so you got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Plus, Omenihu doesn't seem like that kind of guy that's going to go out and try to get a ton of money, in my opinion. I think he kind of knows his wealth. Plus, I think he likes winning. I think that's one of those things, too.
Well, what is Charles Omenihu worth, though? I don't know. Is he a $10 million a year player? Is he a $12 million? I don't know.
Feels too much.
I think so, too. But what does he view himself as, too? There's reality, and then there's what you think is reality, and then you've got to find a way to meet in the middle. And, sometimes athletes don't understand that their reality isn't reality,
I start walking your way. You start walking mine. We meet in the middle. Underneath that old Georgia pine.
Or they may not decide to walk and meet with each other, and they may say, you know what, you're best to go get the money on your own somewhere else, and we'll draft, and we'll see what happens.
But we meet in the middle. McMorty, Bob Fescoe, Dusty like is with you. Coming up on the other side, Aaron Rodgers, man. That's all it says. He just never goes away. You listen to 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I was telling you last night on the Underdog app, I had a couple of guys I picked correctly, a couple of guys that I didn't, but nonetheless, I have so much fun using the Underdog app because it changes the way that I watch games. I have so much fun now being dialed in to every single moment of every game I'm watching because of the Underdog app. And Missouri sports fans, you can now use the Underdog app in your state. And this basketball season, when your favorite stars score buckets, we're alley-ooping you an opportunity to win money from just watching sports with Underdog like we're doing. To play, choose whether a player will go higher or lower in one of their stats, whether it comes to points, assists, rebounds, and more. And they've got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. Plus, you can play with as little as $1. And if you get everything right, you can win up to 1,000 times your money. So turn $1 into 1,000 just with your hoops knowledge. Download the Underdog app now and sign up using promo code BOB to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code BOB. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 and over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Advent Health welcomes the KC Golf Show February 21st through 23rd at the Overland Park Convention Center. Get a dozen front door golf perks while they last. Enter our indoor golf championship. Enjoy the PXG Zone and Saturday women's events presented by the Tina Team at Keller Williams Realty and Envoy Mortgage. Test big brands with Golf MD at the Golf Show February 21st through 23rd at the OP Convention Center. Thanks to Great Life Golf, Olathe Lincoln, Orange Whip, Simply Spike, Yingling Flight, and Edward Jones. Special tickets at KansasCityGolfShow.com.
Hey, it's Karen with Shamrock Roofing and Construction. Ready to replace that roof? We have flexible financing options, 12 months same as cash, and don't make a payment for 90 days. And that's just one of many options we offer. Get on the schedule now with our in-house Consumer Credit Center. One call does it all for flexible payment options, affordability, and peace of mind. Visit shamrockroofer.com. That's shamrockroofer.com or call 1-866-932-3545 today.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Folks, it's time to rev up your engines and get ready for a wild ride for Ford Truck Month. And who better to bring you all the excitement than my favorite Ford dealer in Kansas City, Rob Seid of Rob Seid Ford in South Kansas City. Hey, Rob, what's going on?
Hey, Kevin, there are a lot of F-150s out there, but you're not going to find a better deal than Rob Seid Ford's $15,500 off brand new F-150s. That's right, $15,500 off. These savings only happen during truck month at Rob Site Ford, so now is not the time to wait.
Rob Site Ford is on fire.
Best price and best inventory at Rob Site Ford. So many F-150s in stock. Don't wait because they won't last long. Biggest savings, best trade-in offers, all part of the Kevin Harlan VIP experience at Rob Site Ford.
And I appreciate that. Like I've said before, Bobby, nothing compares to the quality and the professionalism at Rob Site Ford.
Rob Site Ford, 135th and State Line, ROBSIGHT.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side, still a lingering slowdown 70 westbound between Lee Summit Road out past Noland with earlier problems. Heading up on the Kansas side, 35 northbound, you hit a little bit of a slow spot past Shawnee Mission Parkway, just off again on again, slow past Lamar. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
If you guys want to make some money, I have a futures bet that's going to hit, and I know it. The favorite in the NFL to win, who do you think the favorite is to win Defensive Player of the Year next year?
Verse?
No.
Garrett?
No, he plays for Detroit.
Aiden Hutchinson. He's also Comeback Player of the Year top notch, right?
There it is. He's your current odds favorite to win Comeback Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year. And finally, maybe for once, we might get an actual Comeback Player of the award, a year award that actually is what the award is for.
Can you parlay that?
No.
You can't?
I don't think so. Just like you can't parlay the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl and Mahomes to win MVP.
You can't parlay that?
I couldn't. Glad I didn't.
No, I mean, that's, you didn't win either of them. So,
No.
but if you would have lost one, like losing one leg of that parlay would have sucked. But
at least I couldn't on DraftKings. You might be able to do it on FanDuel or Underdog or stuff like that. You might be able to do.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just asking that question out loud. I don't know if you. I mean, I'm sure somebody would take your money if you wanted to. Do it that way. But no, Aiden Hutchinson. Obviously, he could be Comeback Player of the Year. I don't know who I would think of right now. Maybe Rashee Rice could be in that category. But with that suspension looming, does that kind of factor in as well? And they gave DeMar Hamlin Comeback Player of the Year. He didn't play last year. I mean, so it would have been better to give him the award this year. He actually had a really nice season this year and has become a free agent. He may make some money on the open market this year. So, Aiden Hutchinson seems like the logical choice just off the top of my head right now of who's going to be that Comeback Player of the Year. Can it be somebody who had a really bad year and then come back and have a really good year, or do we not want to embarrass that player?
Well, that was basically Sam Darnold.
I was going to say that's Darnold, right? He was bad, and then he was good.
Yeah. Did he end up winning Comeback Player of the Year, though? No.
I can't remember.
Who won
honestly,
it this year?
I don't know. You guys know me in awards. I hate them.
I thought it was Burrow.
Oh, yeah.
But he was hurt last year, right? Yeah, right. So
for 7 games,
right?
Yeah, literally. Yes.
Like half a year,
half the year.
But can you do it where you just had a really bad year? Like say Patrick Mahomes had a year where he had 25 interceptions, 7 touchdowns, and threw for 2,500 yards, and comes back the next year and goes 50 and 5,000. Is that a Comeback Player of the Year award? Why isn't it? You went out there and dominated. Like Saquon Barkley could have been Comeback Player of the Year.
That would be good.
I mean,
he was Offensive Player of the Year.
The way that he kind of turned his thing around, But I guess they give it to somebody that was injured, and then come back from injury, I guess. I don't know.
I just don't need the award.
Yeah.
It doesn't do much for me.
Yeah.
Comeback player.
What if Travis Kelce goes out there and has 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns? Are you Comeback Player of the Year?
He should be.
He should be, right?
I'd be in on that.
If Tank Dell comes back at all and plays.
Great one. Yeah, exactly.
All he's got to do is play.
Yeah.
Because, that guy shattered his entire leg. Still caught it.
Yeah, seriously, dude. Great player.
Friendly fire.
Yeah.
But he's one.
Yeah.
Right? Like because he had, it's not the same with the catastrophe that it was, but he had similar sort of breakage that Alex Smith had.
When's he going to really play?
They said he may miss the entire year.
So the following season, if he comes back in 26 and plays well, then my God, to sit out for that extended period of time.
Because you know who the favorite was to win Comeback Player of the Year this year was? Like this previous season.
Oh, yes, I do.
It's the guy we're about to talk about.
It is?
Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, well, yeah, exactly.
Blew his Achilles.
Blew his Achilles, and then you come back and play well, but he didn't play well.
And now he's got a wish list.
He does, which is surprising to me. So TMZ caught up with Aaron Rodgers outside of a gym in California.
Is he on these teams' wish list?
That's where I want to know.
Okay.
Who has Aaron, because it takes 2 to tango. Which team has Aaron Rodgers on their wish list right now? And I will say, if you have Aaron Rodgers on your wish list right now, you better be a strong SOB as a head coach that's not going to put up with his nonsense. And there's about 2 or 3 guys in this league that can handle that. It's Mike Tomlin, it's Pete Carroll, and it's Sean McVay. Those are the only 3 teams, in my opinion, that should be considering Aaron Rodgers for their quarterback position. If you are a young head coach, do not consider Aaron Rodgers. He will ruin you. He will ruin you, and he will ruin your career. Stay away from him if you're a young head coach in this league. And so, obviously, we don't need a quarterback here. Buffalo doesn't need a quarterback there. But clearly Pittsburgh does. L.A. might, if they're going to move on from Matthew Stafford and his wife. And then you've got the Raiders, who clearly need a quarterback. The Giants need a quarterback as well. You can't go to Aaron Rodgers in New York.
No.
That ship has sailed. That is done.
That'd be
from,
awesome,
from that
though.
standpoint. So TMZ catches up with this guy outside of a gym in California, and they asked him basically, what are you looking for in a new team? Number one, he wants to be wanted, okay? So we've got to find a team that this is narcissism 101 here, right? I got to find somebody that loves me and wants me on their team. I don't know, quite frankly, if that team exists.
Well, that's basically the conversation we just had, though. Like, who wants Rodgers?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So that's obvious number one. Like, somebody's going to want you
Somebody's going to
first.
want you, right?
Yeah.
And does anybody really want Aaron Rodgers on their team? If you truly want Aaron Rodgers on your team, then you didn't see the last 2 years, right? And again, you better be one of those 3 head coaches that I named. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And then he wants to be surrounded by talent. And he didn't seem opposed to some good weather either.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know him personally, but like from what I've seen, I don't think that he will ever have like that sort of self-deprecating moment where it's like, maybe I was a little much last year in New York. Maybe I need to amp it down. Maybe I need to do this. Maybe I need to like sit down with like a general manager or a head coach and like have a conversation of what I want to be. Because like to me, a great spot for him would be like the Niners. Because I don't know if Brock Purdy's that great. I don't know if he can sustain a full season without injury. Again, I know Rodgers wants to be a starter. He still has that sort of mantra in his body that he wants to be. But I mean, like, that's a team that's surrounded with talent. I think that head coach he's kind of in that, not the same level as McVay, but Shanahan's been to 2 Super Bowls. He kind of knows his offense. He doesn't need Aaron Rodgers to be a leader. He just needs him to go out there and play quarterback. You're surrounded with talent. It's your hometown team when you were a kid. Makes sense. I mean, I don't know. Like, they need Brock Purdy's always going to get hurt, but again, Brock Purdy's their starter. They're not going to have Aaron Rodgers be a backup because he's not going to go to be a backup.
And I think they're bought into Brock Purdy, it seems like. There's been a lot of talk about them wanting to get a deal done with Brock Purdy from the organization, not Brock Purdy saying, I want to get a deal done. When the player says it, I don't pay much attention to it. But when a team talks about it openly, they'd like to get this guy back. Well, then that seems like they want to have that guy back, or they want to float out there that, hey, we tried and he left and it wasn't our problem. But you don't have room for him right now, I don't think, in San Francisco. And I don't think that's the right. Like, if you're truly committed to Brock Purdy, Aaron Rodgers gets in the way. He's got to go to a place where he is going to be the number one guy. He's going to be the starter, and you know that, right?
I think he's going to the Raiders.
I like this Rams conversation a lot. And I also like the Steelers conversation with Aaron Rodgers. I like both of those because I think the Rams are going to trade Matthew Stafford. It just feels that way to me.
To your Giants, or?
I don't know to who.
You just think he's gone?
I just feel like there's so much smoke, you know?
A lot.
I mean, you start blaming the wife publicly like has been happening.
Yeah.
Like that. Like if I'm the player, I'm saying, then you're going to trade me. You sitting here blaming my wife now? You're tired of my wife? I'm out.
Yeah, she's a part of it. The money and the age are the big parts. But then they did tack that on, which seems kind of petty to be like, well, also, we're not really big fans of your wife who's, kind of gets out in front of the team and tries to make things into a big deal that they shouldn't. Because she, threw a pretzel or a hot dog at somebody? Is that right? Should look that story up. Be like, Stafford's wife throws food.
Hey, she's also on a podcast every week ripping the organization. Like, you can't do that.
But I don't. Was that a bird?
What was that?
Oh, my Lord. You got to check and see if
what
we picked that
up. What in the hell was that?
That was 5 feet from the microphone.
Oh, my God.
He just said, so by the way, backstory to that bird.
It's been rough.
So this is the growing boy that he is. That was a loud belch.
Was that a fart or
no, it was
a
bird. So he had pasta last night with the lady, before the game and all that. And then he said after the game was over, I was hungry. So he ate leftover pot roast before he fell asleep.
Pot roast?
Yeah, so that's what you just heard.
A good amount.
What time?
10, 10:30.
Oh, and again, from the text line, they said, how is his wife an issue? We just explained it. So I'll say it again for those of you hard of hearing in the back. The Rams came out and said the reason why they look to trade Matthew Stafford is age, money, and they don't agree with what his wife is saying about the team. That's what his wife has the issue.
Yeah, your wife can't be out there ripping the organization on
And that's
any
the
level.
most I'll say about somebody else's family. That's what the reports were.
Right.
That's what was said. That's what we're reporting on.
And when you hear that, to me, it sends a message that we're ready to move on from this guy. We just got to find the right offer, and it's probably best for everybody if they split up and they move in their own separate directions. ESPN is running the Yankees story now as breaking news, guys.
Yeah, of course they are.
They just flash breaking news that the Yankees are going to allow Beards.
From the 816, hating on Rodgers is unreal. You don't like him because he's a conservative. That is not true.
It has nothing to do with
I don't like him
anything.
because he's narcissistic and he's an individual who makes up storylines to defend himself. Like that has nothing to do with politics.
The guy single-handedly cost so many good people their jobs. Robert Saleh, Nate Hackett, the guy who took over for Robert Saleh, Joe Douglas, the general manager, just to name 4 people right there that Aaron Rodgers single-handedly torpedoed and left basically in NFL smithereens. Like, I don't know that Robert Saleh is ever going to have a head coaching job again. I don't know that Nate Hackett is ever coaching any level of football again. I don't know that Joe Douglas is ever a general manager again in the NFL. And Eber McFadden, whoever was the coach of the Jets, that guy's never going to get an opportunity to do anything. And so
I really liked Eber.
I just look around and I go, Aaron Rodgers is a jerk. He's not a nice person. It was all about him. Everything he did was about him and not the team.
Like he didn't show up to minicamp, didn't show up for all these OTAs, didn't show up for team meetings.
You literally were in
got
Egypt.
5 people fired, did a darkness retreat, did a documentary on Netflix, had nothing to do with his team.
Would go on the Pat McAfee show every week and criticize things. Like, that's not. Imagine Patrick Mahomes was doing that.
It was like name calling people for their decisions in life, like Mr. Pfizer to Travis Kelce. Like, what did Travis Kelce ever do to you, man?
Right.
Like, come on.
Yeah, no, Aaron Rodgers is just not a good dude. Just not a nice person.
Somebody said I'm a staunch conservative and Aaron Rodgers is a tool. So again, I don't like the way that he goes about his professional career. I don't care what you vote for or who you vote for, as long as you're just a good person. I literally don't care. But Aaron Rodgers is not a good person.
No, he's not.
Look at his tenure in Green Bay. Look at his tenure in New York Jets, and look at him everywhere else. It just doesn't make sense.
I mean, it does actually make sense, though, now, because people wondered for all these years, how did Green Bay only win 1 Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers? Well, when you have 52 people rowing left and another guy rowing to the right, or however you want to say it, and that quarterback is the one who's drifted away from everybody, it's hard to win. It's hard to win. Like, the fact that that's why I still think that as the days go by, I give Mike McCarthy more and more credit for finding a way to not truly have that all come to the limelight when he was the quarterback in Green Bay, right? You didn't know Aaron Rodgers was a douchebag until he went to the Jets.
Yeah.
I mean, you knew his brother didn't like him, but you're like, who knows what the family dynamic is? You didn't know what kind of douchebag this guy was until he left Green Bay. They did a great job. Like, Mike McCarthy navigating all that. Could you imagine every day going in there and looking at this guy going, God, man, I know you're really good, but you got to help us do this or do that. If it doesn't work for me, I'm not doing it. Aaron Rodgers, the dirt's going to start to come out as the days go on about how truly he did ruin that Jets organization. And I do feel bad for those guys because they had an opportunity to get a quarterback. At that point in time, you're not going to say no to Aaron Rodgers. Absolutely, you're not going to say no to Aaron Rodgers. Then you got him into your system. You saw him, you're like, I'll never say yes to this guy again, which why I think it's buyer beware now when you go out and get Aaron Rodgers this offseason, if anybody does want Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, and it stinks because, I said before the season, I don't think this, however bad this goes, it won't affect his legacy. And now here we are, and it's like, I don't know. I think this is really starting to affect the way I'm going to remember Aaron Rodgers and think about him. And I think that's going to be true for a lot of NFL fans. This is a guy who's widely considered a top 10. Some people try and argue maybe top 6 quarterback of all time. I don't know how much that'll affect those conversations, but he sucks.
Yeah, he really does.
I'm not going to remember 2011 when he was awesome. I'm going to remember this.
You remember what happens at the end usually, right? And what happens at this is why athletes sometimes stay here too long. You want to get out a year early before it's a year too late. And Aaron Rodgers probably stayed around a year too late. But also, too, I do have some blame of the Jets as well. You allowed this to happen. You didn't have a strong leader in place to say, we ain't doing this, okay? I appreciate how good you are. You won a Super Bowl, fantastic. But you know what? This is a team sport, and this is how we're going to do it. You can't turn the keys over to Aaron Rodgers and just let him run your organization.
It's never worked in the NFL.
No.
It's almost really never worked in sports. A couple NBA scenarios maybe, but Lakers and LeBron maybe, but
But they only won the bubble.
Yeah, exactly. It's one.
You know?
Somebody says, having to explain why Rodgers is a big bag of D's is wild. It's blatantly obvious. Definition of narcissistic.
Yeah.
Big bag of D's.
Yeah. And then, of course, it's 100% does. You don't like him because he does experimental drugs. You talk about LeBron the same way, LOL. Well, one, LeBron doesn't do experimental drugs. B, never say anything about Aaron Rodgers doing it. I would love to do ayahuasca. I'll admit that on the air. I'll go to wherever I need to go to try it. Never say anything about that. It's just he's a me person. He didn't do anything for his team, and he ruined that Jets organization. Robert Saleh was fired. Their GM was fired. Their offensive coordinator was fired. People went out of New York because of one person.
How many players, too?
Yeah, Sauce Gardner almost said he wanted out of there if Aaron Rodgers was there.
I mean, he just ruined lives, man. He did. He ruined lives for people. I just have no use for that guy.
Yeah. That was you, dude.
That was your burp?
That's so disgusting.
Why are you eating pot roast at 10:30 at night?
10:30, 11.
Go to bed.
Hungry.
Drink a glass of water and go to bed.
I know, Dad. I know.
All right. New bit that we're starting here
God.
on Fescoe and Dusty as we move forward.
Or if you're going to belch, turn your mic off.
I mean, that was a
my
whole lot of Sprite and pot roast, man. Play that again. Is that drop saved?
I mean, it sounds like
Elf.
It sounds like a creature's coming out of your stomach and is gonna
Is John Coffey sucking the flies out of your body?
That's what it sounds like too. Oh my God,
that is demonic. You're either Little Nicky or you're Will Ferrell from Elf after eating like spaghetti syrup and candy. My Lord. All right, something we're going to start doing on Fridays during the baseball season is we're going to call it Turning Two. You know, baseball, you turn two. Two things we plan on doing this weekend. Tonight, I'm pretty excited. Two things I'm doing this weekend. Dinner and drinks tonight, and then going to my buddy's mother's celebration of life.
Oh, nice.
She had a battle with kidney failure. Finally, now sits in the kingdom. Has passed away. And so this weekend, as we all kind of get together and remember her, we are going to celebrate, have a good time. It's 2 hours away from my home. So it's a travel, stay, have a good time. There's like an Irish bar. We're all going to get together.
Where's it at?
I can't remember. The town starts with a B. I have to look it up.
Bucyrus?
Maybe.
Butler?
No, it's not Butler. It's a town that I'm not familiar with.
You got to keep going, Bob.
You'll get there eventually.
That's a good one.
It's not Bolivar. It's going to take a while.
Bouvier?
This is terrible radio, so we'll stop. And then my other cover, too, obviously tonight, having a good night, going to go to Anton's. I don't know if you've ever been there. Great steakhouse.
Cool.
And then going to Green Lady Lounge.
Heck yeah, it's one of your places,
Haven't
man.
been to Green Lady Lounge in a while, so going to check that place out tonight, have a sidecar, enjoy some jazz, and, just kind of enjoy the Friday night since, it's been terrible weather.
Yes.
Still going to be chilly tonight, like 10 to 15 degrees, but going to have a good little time. And then tomorrow, going to have a little bit of celebration of life. So that's my turn in two this weekend.
What do you got going on?
Well, Bob, we're switching places today. One of my friend's kids is coming over after 2, so I'm going to watch her all day today.
How old?
She's like 2.5, 2. So, yep, me.
Oh, is Hannah going to be there?
No, she won't be there.
So you by yourself. You
Me
calling
by
mom over? Is her
myself.
hot friend coming?
No.
I'd join you.
Yeah, you can come over. No, my mom is working, so no, it's me. It's me and a 2-year-old, so that's going to be fun. I love kids. It'll be great. A little touch and go. It's been a while since I've changed a diper, so we'll get there.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to binge Severance. We're almost done. I'm loving it.
Yeah, that's what you're going with.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. No, I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's whatever it is.
It's what's going on.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's called life. You do these things. Your
this is
friend
what's
needs
happening.
this is cool that you're doing that, actually. You know, my friend needs help. I'll watch it. I got nothing to do this
Yeah, they called
afternoon,
last
right?
night, and I was like, you know what? I can do it. Mom
How
can't-
many hours?
Well, she's being nice, obviously. She's like, well, whatever you can do. But I told him to bring over like 11, and Hannah gets off like 3:30. So if I can, she naps around 1. So I figure if I can make it 2 hours, she naps for an hour, and then an hour more, Hannah will be there. So most of the day, till 5 or 6.
That's fine. Cool. Yeah, it's fun. You'll get kind of an experience
Yes.
and a little dry run as to what the
Exactly.
future could potentially hold for you. For me this weekend, I am going to see my friend, what I'm trying to say is Sebastian Maniscalco this weekend. I'm going to go see him.
Oh, you do have your push notifications on emails.
No, I don't.
Oh, you already had tickets.
Yeah, back in October. Yeah. So got my friend Josh from Smokehouse Barbecue. We're going to go out and watch the concert. I guess you could say the performance of Sebastian Maniscalco. My wife was supposed to be out of town this weekend, and then she decided she's going to stay in town. So my wife and his you cancel a trip. It's pretty simple. My wife.
Wow, why are you so spicy?
Well, I mean, you're like, how does that happen? It just does. I mean,
well, you could have said my wife's trip got canceled.
No,
she was going to go out of town, and then she decided not to.
Yeah, she did. Yes, she did. She decided the other day. She goes, "I'm just not going. I'm out on this one. I want to stay home."
My bad. I'll take the time off.
And do that. So she and Josh's girlfriend are going to get together and do their thing, and
good.
kind of hang out. We're going to go to the show, come back, and have cocktails with them.
That'll
on
be
Saturday.
fun.
So yeah, Sebastian's great.
That's
I've
one of
never
your
seen
guys.
him.
One of your
I love
favorites.
him. Yeah, I love Sebastian Maniscalco. Right up my alley, and I've never seen him in person. And I just heard from even people this morning in the building how great he is in person. So I'm excited for that.
Good. Where is that?
Sprint Center.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Nice.
big venue. Yeah, really big venue.
He's hilarious. That's good.
He is.
He's very funny.
He's great. And I don't even know who's opening or anything like that, so I don't care.
Coming up on the other side, we'll get into a baseball player that you could erase from history. Who are you erasing? 913-586-7965. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. Let me talk to you. Generally, we hear talk about medicine and effective treatments for erectile dysfunction and other men's sexual health issues, weight loss as well. But today, I want to talk to you about love, because love is the best reason to get treated for your ED. ED can cause major relationship issues. In fact, men often push their partners away when ED becomes a problem. The condition can snowball. It can cause depression, arguments, breakups, and it can even contribute to divorce. The one you love is the light of your life, and if you're, like most men, you want to do whatever you can to nurture your relationship. But if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction, you know the impacts the condition is likely having on you and your partner that's caused by ED. But if you go to Heartland Men's Health, treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men in the Kansas City area. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Don't forget, they have the 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Kansas, Independence, Missouri, and North Kansas City. Call them today at 844-447-6600 or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Pheasants Forever's National Pheasant Fest and Quail Classic is coming to the Kansas City Convention Center this March 7th through the 9th. Join us for puppy and dog training seminars, a youth village for kids, pollinator and wildlife habitat hunting gear in the 20th anniversary of Quail Forever. It's National Pheasant Fest and Quail Classic the weekend of March 7th, presented by Pheasants Forever, Quail Forever, and Federal Ammunition. For more information, log on to pheasantfest.org.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Rex here with RexBuysKC.com, your local KC home buyer. If you own a property in the Kansas City or surrounding area and want to sell it fast and at a fair price, write this number down, 816-330-6000. I'm a private real estate investor, not some hedge fund or large national chain. My family and I live right here in KC. I can pay cash and close on your timeline, even in as little as 3 days. Here at RexBuysKC.com, we are improving Kansas City one house at a time. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, foreclosure houses, behind in payment houses, my tenant won't pay the rent houses, and properties that need complete rehabs. Do you own a house that's trashed and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, call me at this number, 816-330-6000. That's 816-330-6000, or go to RexBuysKC.com. That's RexBuysKC.com, and I look forward to working with you.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. Kansas side, 35 northbound recovering. Earlier problem up around Lamar with a stall. That was blocking the left lane. That has cleared, it looks like, and things are starting to improve. A bit heavy from Johnson Drive up past 635, but once you get up towards Lamar, a little past there, things pick up and move at posted speeds or better. Metro Ford off Nolan Road in Independence is your Ford F-150 headquarters. Right now, get over $13,000 in savings on select new XLT Ford F-150s. When's the last time you saw deals like that? These trucks are moving fast, so hurry to Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. See dealer for details. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Brookfield is the name of the town that I'll be going to.
Brookfield, Missouri?
Yep. Never been. Should be fun. I don't know what to expect.
Heard of that one. Where is that one?
2 hours away from Lee Summit. That's all I know.
Which way?
I believe
north or south, or because
Again,
that can't be west, obviously.
Yeah, I don't know. We asked the question on the other side: if you could erase one baseball player from the history of baseball, who would it be?
I think I know who Royals fans are going to go after. I think that answer's pretty obvious, right?
Yeah, the text line's all in agreement.
Madison Bumgarner?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we past the fact that it wasn't Joe Buck's fault?
Yeah, I mean, like, he was just Patrick Mahomes. Like, he was the best player on the diamond. And so, like,
he was insane.
It's all there has to be. Like, that's all you're talking about. Like, that's what it is. Like, it was just. But thanks to Madison Bumgarner, the Royals won the World Series next year.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody about that, or listening to somebody talk about that 14-15 team. It was actually our friend Gene Watson. He was doing an interview in Austin on their radio station down there. And he was talking about that 14 team. He goes, oh, yeah, if we won in 14, we were not winning in 15. The losing in 14 made us go back and win in 15 because of everything that winning entails. It's hard to win again. There hasn't been a repeat champion in Major League Baseball in 25 years. Think about that, right? Everybody talks about the NFL and parity. 25 years since Major League Baseball last had a repeat champion.
That's incredible.
Well, that'll change this year.
Yeah, and see, does that count? I mean, yes, it does, but like, are people going to view the Dodgers in a completely different light than the rest of baseball? Like, we're going to have asterisks and go, well, that's when the Dodgers spent $500 million on payroll.
Yeah, I mean, that is the beauty of baseball. Like, yeah, you can go out there and win 120 games, but you got to win a short series to win it all. I guess Brookfield is up by Chillicothe, east of 36.
There you go.
And then somebody says absolute dump.
well,
Well, we're going to celebrate a life and get hammered and stay in a hotel room,
which means you'll have the best time of your life. It'll be great.
I'm not there to sightsee, I guess, per se.
I wonder what kind of hotels they have in Brookfield, Missouri.
You picture that.
The Sleep Inn.
Howard Johnson probably still exists there.
Probably, yeah. Or Mel's Motor Lodge.
Mm-hmm.
Free HBO.
There's probably free HBO. What? There's probably not even free anything. You probably like put a quarter in the TV for an hour, if that was a thing ever. There's probably somebody that sits in a diner and releases one of these.
It's a town in which you can still smoke cigarettes too inside.
100%. I hope.
Yeah.
I hope. Kidding me? 2 a.m. I guarantee you, there's a Denny's there. Like stays open. If I could erase any baseball player, it'd be one of two. Babe Ruth or Pete Rose. The reason why is that like Pete Rose was so good, but like what he did is always just what he's known for. So if you could just take that away, there would never be this whole discussion that lasted 40 years of put him in the hall, don't put him in the hall. He cheated. He bet on, this. He did this. Get out of it, Like, because somebody's on the text line said they get rid of Sammy Sosa. Lenny Dykstra's on this list.
Lenny Dykstra?
Well, he kind of
drill bits, man. He turned nuts, but he was a great baseball player. Like, I wouldn't think of him as somebody you want to get rid of. Like, if you could pick any baseball player, you'd pick Lenny Dykstra to get rid of. Did Lenny not sign an autograph for you? Like, there's got to be something there, right?
Well, I know he kind of went off the deep end.
Oh, yeah, but, like, to get rid of him in baseball, there's been so many other heels, you know?
I mean, yeah, Bumgarner's the popular one in Kansas City.
Yeah, of course it is, yeah.
Garrett Cole should be one.
Garrett Cole's another one, yeah.
Sammy Sosa.
Why do you want to get rid of Sammy Sosa?
Well, somebody said he tried to erase himself. God.
And then he apologized to the Cubs this year because he wasn't feeling relevant anymore. So now he's back in the good graces of the Cubs. But, like, why do you want to get rid of Sammy Sosa? He brought a lot of joy to my life during that summer, man.
Somebody asked a question yesterday on Twitter. It was like, if you go back in any time for 1 year of baseball, what would it be? I was like, this took 2 seconds from 1998.
It was great. Like, him and McGuire, it was just the best baseball summer you could ever have. And to say you want to get rid of Sammy Sosa, he brought too much joy to a lot of people, man. Baseball was great that year.
Somebody says Madison Bumgarner, and then a close second would be Jose Batista.
Jose Batista.
Former Royal.
Yeah, that's right. Who follows everybody on X.
Yeah, that's right. Including me for some random reason.
Everybody on X, yeah.
Somebody says Albert Bell.
Yeah, he was kind of a jerk.
His play at second base where he literally pulverizes a guy to put a tag on him, I would love to see what that would cause today in baseball.
Albert Bell would beat the crap out of people, though, man.
He's the only guy that got hit by a pitch and refused to take his base.
Yeah, that is
and that happened in the 90s of baseball. Mm-hmm. That Cleveland Indians team to this day is still one of the most impressive rosters I've ever seen. They had at one point, I believe, Albert Bell, Carlos Baerga, Kenny Lofton, Jim Thome, Manny Ramirez, Sandy Alomaro Jr.
Yeah.
Chuck Nagy, was he on that team?
I think he was, yeah.
That
may have been a little.
Earl Hershiser would finish his career there.
Yeah.
I mean, what a team.
And they didn't win.
Didn't win a thing. Lost to the Braves, lost to whoever else.
The Marlins, I think,
97.
Yeah. They were always a really, really good team that never got over the hump, right? Never were able to.
And then they blew a 3-1 lead to the Cubs.
Yeah, they did.
And then got beat last year.
Yeah.
Even though I love him because he's ours. Oh, okay. Brett Laurie and the 2015 Royals tried to erase him for us.
That's a good one.
Somebody said Hal McRae.
Why would you want to erase Hal McRae?
Well, maybe that's the guy texting and got hit in the face by the
Scoop?
phone.
I don't know if Scoop's still with us. I think he is, but yeah.
Somebody says a lifelong Royals fan. I need no need for Robinson Cano. And he cheated.
Yeah, Cano's a good one too, because that guy's douche, But but Robinson Cano got one of the great changes in baseball made, and that's you're going to have somebody from the home team in the home run derby. You can't have a non-home team home run derby. You got to give the fans something to cheer for.
Yeah, I mean that was crazy. I wasn't there. I know a lot of people that were and said it was one of the loudest moments at Kauffman Stadium they've ever been. And it was crazy because even the announcers, when they were watching, announcing the game, they're like, and the boos are continuing. And then he hit 0 home runs.
Yeah.
So the crowd won.
Yeah.
Somebody says Mike Trout because he's the most overrated player of all time.
Coming after Dusty's guy. Be careful, Texter.
Mike Trout's going to be one of those guys that what could have been.
The what if.
The what if game. Yeah, absolutely.
But he's still a Hall of Famer.
Probably.
I mean, his first 5 years in the league, he finished in the top 2 of MVP, has 300 home runs. He's missed like 3 seasons total. Watch him win MVP this year.
Yeah, he's the
going
guy.
to right field.
I mean, I guess you can win MVP on a bad team, can't you? I mean, if he just puts up insane numbers.
Incredible numbers. They win a few games because
people
him.
they like him. They like Mike Trout a lot. They
Somebody
do.
Says, I think
big fan favorite.
Somebody says, I think we could erase Alex Rodriguez. Yeah, because all his accolades don't matter to me.
Yeah, he's the one of the steroid era where I'm just like, that guy's a phony. And I think he's he's just a phony person all around, you know?
Yeah, he just in general, it's just not only that, but you just didn't own it. Certain guys owned it. Rafael Palmeiro did not own it. I did not use performance-enhancing drugs. Test results are back. Rafael Palmeiro did use performance-enhancing drugs. Well, I guess I did. Come on.
Trash.
Sosa, Mark McGwire pleading the fifth. Sammy Sosa all of a sudden cannot understand English anymore. Baseball is very, very good to me. I don't understand what the judge is saying. You cheated. A-Rod, you cheated. But baseball is better then. So I will say that as I contradict myself. Somebody said a baseball player they get rid of is Frank White.
I'm down with that. He's not even a baseball player anymore.
Yeah.
Talk about ruining a legacy. Losing 2 teams.
Somebody says Mike Trout is this generation's Ken Griffey Jr. That's fair. I mean, what would Ken Griffey Jr., what would he have been? Would Bonds have been chasing that record? Would McGwire have been chasing that record? Or would they have been chasing Griffey's record? As soon as he made one of the most greatest plays in baseball of all time, he's never the same. Broke his wrist on a wall flying after that ball. God.
I think if you ask most people who the better baseball player is, I think Ken Griffey Jr. probably wins 10 times out of 10 over Mike Trout, doesn't he?
Yeah, because, yeah.
I mean, you factor in the cool factor, first of all.
Well,
with Ken
Griffey's
Griffey
career,
Jr.
he ended up hitting I think he had 600 home runs.
I mean, he still had a hell of a career, and that goes to show you, that dude had a hell of a career, but it's also what could have been with Ken Griffey Jr.
Right. Trout's career numbers, 378 home runs, 1,600 hits, a career batting average of 299, and 954 RBI. So, 212 stolen bases. So, he's going to hit 500 home runs. I would assume he's going to hit 122 more home runs in his career.
Who knows? I mean, with the health reasons with him.
He is 37.
Trout's 37?
No. I'm sorry. How old is Trout? I thought he was born on August 7th, but not in 1987. Mike Trout is... I can't find his birthday here. He is 33. 33. Yeah.
Okay.
He'll be... Yeah.
Got a couple of years.
Yeah, a couple of
left,
years.
If he's healthy.
Yeah, he may not get the
500. You get the 400 though in this day and age and hit 300.
Yeah,
that's a Hall of Famer.
He'll be 34 in August.
I know we don't focus on batting average, but in baseball, if you end up as a 300 career hitter, that's rarefied air right now in baseball.
Some people don't even know what that means.
Well, I think there were 6 guys that hit over 300 in all of baseball last year.
Batting average is irrelevant. Today's game. Slug on base and OPS plus and OPS and all that. FIP, VIP, WAR. Bob's friend, VIP. VIP, yeah.
I don't know what any of that means. I don't care.
Yeah.
Never heard of him.
Richard of the Week. Coming up on the other side here on 96 Van, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5, The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're looking for something to do on Monday, Foaling is the answer to your question because they now have Bar League Jeopardy every Monday night at 7 o'clock at Foaling. And it's the only place in Kansas City where you can play Jeopardy, the Bar League. And it's free to play, weekly prizes for first and second place, plus surprise prizes as well for all of the daily doubles. And it's awesome for team activity and team building and all of that kind of great stuff because teams of up to 6 people can play, and they have companies come in for happy hours and team building events. You should join them as well. every Monday night. It's put on by the geeks who drink and their very own Jeopardy champ, Pat Kerr, who's also a bartender at Foaling. And if you're looking for something awesome to do this weekend, Foaling is the answer to all of your what are we going to do questions. Whether it's a kid activity, an adult timeout, a date night, Foaling is perfect for all. It is football plus bowling plus bar, and that equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. It's located at 435 and State Line, and it's a mashup of football and bowling, drinks, and fun. Set up those bowling pins, throw the football at them, knock them down, re-rack, and do it all over again. Plus, with Foaling, they've got awesome cocktails, great beer selection, and you can cater your own event as well. Reserve a lane now at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com, and get your Foal on.
GimmeTheVin.com salutes Call to Adventure. Steve Fawcett became the first person to fly solo across the Pacific Ocean in an air balloon on this day in 1995. Yeah, between lowballing dealer trade-in allowances to haggling over a private sale, trying to get a fair offer for your car or truck can also feel like a death-defying adventure. Let GimmeTheVin.com get you a fair offer fast. They don't call us America's best car buyer for nothing.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with cancer? You want the most knowledgeable physicians with the latest technology. That's KCPI, the Kansas City Proton Institute. KCPI has a full suite of the most advanced imaging and treatment technology necessary to localize high-intensity proton beams. That's a critical part of maximizing cure rates while minimizing recovery time and long-term side effects. Proton therapy provides patients with the most advanced form of radiation treatments for cancer. It destroys cancer cells with supreme accuracy, reducing the risk of harmful side effects. KCPI has Kansas City's first and only system that uses pencil beam technology, resulting in precision targeting and less radiation to your surrounding healthy tissue. Proton therapy is now available in the comfort of an office at KCPI, making it more efficient and affordable than a hospital. So contact KCPI for the most knowledgeable physicians with the latest technology. Don't wait. Get precision technology with the highest safety measures with KCPI. Online at kcpi.com.
Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident? Call Jay Southland Tow Service, 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all. Be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow.
At Diamonds Direct, we believe luxury is an experience and not a price tag. Luxury is expert guidance. It's the selection of 10 jewelry stores under one roof. It's saving time on endless comparison shopping, and you'll only find this experience at Diamonds Direct. Our luxury showroom has it all backed by our lifetime warranties and our signature best price guarantee. Diamonds Direct is the perfect combination of luxury and value, so you don't ever have to compromise. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Chiefs coverage is brought to you by Shamrock Roofing and Construction. ShamrockRoofer.com.
Hey, it's Karen from Shamrock Roofing. It's the new year and time is running out. Just a few months left to get covered from the historic storms from last spring. At Shamrock Roofing and Construction, we've got you covered. Inspect, repair, replace. Just one call does it all. Visit ShamrockRoofer.com today.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 35 northbound, slows briefly in Olathe going past College Boulevard with an accident off to the right shoulder. Past that, things a little slow around Antioch with an earlier problem at Lamar that has cleared. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Go check out 96.5 The Fan's Instagram page for videos, giveaways, and behind-the-scenes content. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2. Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Royals lineup is out for their first baseball game of 2025. That game can be heard today on 96.5 The Fan at 2 o'clock.
Must be nice to be Carrington now.
Well, he's still got to do the show from 5 to 6.
Oh, he does?
Well, we'll see.
Well, that's true. It is baseball. They do move fast now. I forgot about that.
Yeah, they don't
That's
really
right.
do stuff in postgame. Jonathan India, Bobby Witt Jr.
India in left field.
Mm-hmm. Witt obviously at short, Pasquantino at first, Renfroe at DH, Michael Massey at second. Velasquez, I guess they're still trying that guy out. He's in right field. Kyle Isbell's in center. Lofton at third. O'Keefe is catching, and Lynch IV, as Bob calls him, is pitching. O'Keefe is probably just a guy trying to make a roster. I bet his number is like 71.
I literally never heard of that guy.
That's
Yeah.
right.
I mean, O'Keefe, huh?
Yeah. So no Melendez, no Sal. Now, obviously, it's spring. They're just...
Well, I mean, they're clearly done for the year. They're not in the first lineup. Do they want this or not?
Yeah, they're not.
Honestly, do you want this or not? Do
No.
you want to be division champs or not?
Mm-hmm.
Because it sure seems like O'Keefe wants it more than Sal.
Yeah.
Anybody know what O'Keefe's name is?
They really got to work on this load management in spring baseball. Like, guys are going to Arizona to see Salvador Perez play baseball, and he's not playing.
Gotta play him.
That's a shame.
Got to play him in spring
That's a
training.
shame. I want to go see MJ Melendez. That's the only time he
he's
ever
not
does.
playing.
Nope, that's the only time he ever does anything productive is in spring.
Yeah.
Darn. I guess I'll just waste my ticket in Arizona.
O'Keefe. I want more on that guy.
That's normally what's at the bottom of a grinder. It is Friday. It is 9 o'clock. Let's get into the Richard of the week here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan.
Oh, Richard, I'm
Not that
so
guy.
happy. Hold me.
Richard of the week.
Not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
I could say Brock from the old number 5 says O'Keefe is the main character from Caddyshack. Oh, Dolly, am I hot today? Amazon can be my Richard of the Week for many reasons. One, they bought the James Bond franchise, or they're taking the content control of the James Bond franchise from the Broccoli family, but that's not why Amazon is my Richard of the Week. A 29-year-old woman in Baltimore, Maryland, was run over by an Amazon delivery driver in a van. I don't know if you've seen the video. It's pretty graphic, but the incident happened on February 18th while the woman was crossing the street. The driver briefly stopped as the victim was heard weeping on the street under the vehicle, but he accelerated and rolled over her body again. After spending around 30 seconds with the woman, the driver walked back to their van and drove away. The victim was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The driver has been suspended from his duties. How do we run over people? Like, that's where I'm at. Like, how do you honestly, like, run over somebody crossing a street? You're either on your cell phone or you're just a Richard.
Well, I think, like, when we drive in, there's a lot of times I will see people in full black gear walking down the street at night or early in the morning. If you're going to be out walking and it's dark, you've got to wear bright colors. You've got to wear a reflector. You've got to you've got to watch where you are.
This is in a four-way stop in Baltimore, and it's lit up.
Yeah.
I mean, there's lights everywhere. There's even the hanging Edison bulb lights on the street.
Yeah, because you're not paying attention
Exactly.
is what it ultimately boils down to. And I think we were talking about this off the air the other day. Texting and driving to me now is worse than drinking and driving. I don't think many people drink and drive as much as they used to because we now have Uber. It's right there on our phone. If you're drinking and driving in this day and age, you're just a piece of trash.
Yes.
I mean, there's just no other way to
Lazy
put it, right?
idiot. Yeah,
lazy, whatever the case may be. Uber, Lyft, they're right there on your phone. You can get a ride home. I don't think drinking and driving is as popular, if you will, as it was 20 years ago. It shouldn't be, right? The texting and driving thing, though, is a major crisis in this country right now.
Well, and you can call it. Like, you'll see somebody in front of you, and they'll, like, hug a lane.
Oh,
and then you're like, I guarantee when I pass this person, they're on their phone.
And used to be that back in the day was they were drunk, right?
Like,
What they were
stay
doing that.
back.
But now this happens at 10 in the morning, 11, 12, like all through the midday. It happens when you're picking up your kids at school. You can see these cars drifting. I do drive alongside these cars when I see people texting, and I lay on the horn. And it scares the hell out of those people in the car.
Do the John Candy?
Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yes. And they look at you, and I honk again. I kind of give them like a Larry David look, like, what are we doing here, right?
What are you doing? Yeah.
Like, and if you think I'm bad because I'm scaring them, they're scaring me because they're on their phone while they're driving instead of paying attention to the damn road. And it drives me up a wall. And the texting and driving crisis in this country is really getting out of hand to the point where I think it was yesterday on 69, there was an accident, and I'm like, there was no ice, there was no nothing. Clearly, to me anyway, it looked like, and I think you guys would agree because I think you saw it as well, somebody was clearly on their phone and not paying attention and caused a 3-car accident. Like, you are a selfish human being if you think you need to be on your phone while you're behind the wheel of the car. Put it down. It's not that important.
I will be honest, and I will say this, I do it too much. Like, there's times where I text and I'm like, that text didn't need to be sent. Or there's times where, like, obviously I talk to myself a lot, where, like, I'll like be looking at a text and like text it, and then all of a sudden I'll see that I'm doing it. I'm like, Dusty, put the damn phone down.
Yeah, it can wait.
Just wait till you get to a red light, wait till you get to a stop sign, wait till you get to a parked location, and then you can say something. Because if somebody texts you and it's like, hey, what are your plans this evening? And you don't respond in 5 minutes, like, I guess you're not going to talk to me. That person doesn't need to be in your life anyway.
Yeah, that's the other thing. And even if you
that
have
rarely, if ever, happens.
Yeah, but like even if you have like Apple CarPlay or Android CarPlay or whatever they call it, you know, in your car, like speaking to text is one thing, but it's never right. And so then you're back on your phone checking and correcting all the mistakes that Siri made because she sucks at her job. Siri is the worst person at their job.
Is that your Richard of the week?
Anything. My Richard of the week is actually Mother Nature. I'm done with you. Okay, that's my Richard of the week is Mother Nature. I'm going the female version this week. Up yours, Mother Nature, because this has sucked like bad. It has sucked. Right?
I just want to know what grass looks like.
Oh my God! It's. I mean, we haven't had literally. There's been snow on the ground every day since January 3rd, and it hasn't dissipated since.
Yeah. It just looks like Tony Montana's desk out there everywhere you turn. Like,
just when we were getting out of the snow, another storm hit, right? So hopefully this time next week with the 60-degree days, it's all gone and we don't have to worry about this anymore. But right now, Mother Nature, you're my Richard of the week.
Well, and it's just to punch you in the freaking face cold, man. Like the snow and then this. Yeah, so I agree. Mine would be... person literally tried to hit me on Wednesday on the road, like legitimately had a road rage because it was right after the snow. I was going a big curve. I have a little Lexus. I get you can drive too slow. We talked about it. It can be unsafe. But on this big curve, it was still icy and snowy. I was taking it slow, 20 miles an hour, not like molasses, but I was taking it slower. It's a big curve. I have a little car. I'm sorry. This guy is on my ass. And I'm like, okay, fine.
Red truck with truck nuts?
No, you'd think it's a Ford Fusion, little car like mine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then riding my ass the whole time, gets over, it does the whole thing, and then I'm like, okay, I guess you're an a-hole, whatever, and then drives, and we're kind of, neck and neck on either lane, and then comes into my lane on purpose. I'm on the right shoulder of the lane, like I'm almost hitting like a curb, like trying to hit me, and then gets up, speeds up in front of me, stops right in front of me to like try to get me to run them over, hit the rear end them. I mean, it was crazy. I did ascend a finger. A finger did ascend.
You should, yeah.
Or just wave and smile. Sometimes you just smile at him. Hi.
I wish I could. I just could not control. I was pissed.
It's easy after the fact to think I should have just smiled at that guy because that would have got him even more.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that would have riled him up even more. Was he on his phone, too?
I don't think so.
He was on Mac's ass.
Yes, dude. Like, what did I do? It was 5 seconds being behind me.
I've only had
which is a long time when you're driving.
I've only had one guy that really got really upset with me for something that I did that was probably my fault because I think I was like merging over and I didn't see him behind me.
Sometimes that happens.
And like it's called a blind spot.
Yeah.
And so like I went right back over and like he sped up and then stopped lane by lane.
That guy.
And I was like, sorry. And he was he's like, doing all this stuff and just kept going with me because then I did the just stay forward, just look forward, just
stay focused, Dusty.
Stay focused, Dusty. And I'm just doing this, and the whole time I can just see that he's just right there. I'm like, all right, dude.
I get it.
Eventually it's just I'm like, awesome, congratulations.
You won.
You win, dude.
Yeah.
That
Plus,
guy's a loser.
I don't trust road rage because
the
I don't know
thing.
who's going to pull out a gat and put my life to its end. Like, don't want that. It ain't that deep, man. I'll get to work. I'll get home. Why are you so angry? We're driving. Imagine what happens when we can fly these cars. That's coming.
No, we've been hearing that since my childhood.
Can't wait.
Mm-hmm.
Road rage is insane. People lose all train of thought.
Leave
and lose
5 minutes
control.
earlier, man. Like, it's not that
Yeah.
hard.
No.
The reason you're road raging is because you're late. That's on you.
I always give up a thumb, and when someone's road rage, just give them a thumbs up.
Yeah, that's a good one as well. I've done that before. It shakes them a little bit. They're not sure how to respond.
Mm-hmm. I'm a truck driver. I used to do road work on the highway. So if I see someone texting while driving, I honk my horn and tell them to get off your effing phones. Man, you get a truck to honk at you. Do people still do the?
I do all the time.
The truck honk?
Yeah, all the time. Kids love it. They think it's hysterical. They beep every time. Love it.
Coming up on the other side, we'll get to a possible, maybe a chance that we'll dive into a Royals player that can call the show. Vern's there in their locker room live in Arizona. But if not, we'll get back into the discussion that we had earlier today about how great that game was last night and what it can do for the future of fans in sports in general that they're not familiar with. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan, your home, Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control are looking outside right now, and I go, hey, Bob, your lawn doesn't look that bad. I go, I know, because there's snow all over it. Wait till that snow melts and you really see how bad my lawn looks. You'll be like, oh, thank goodness you called us over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, because we're going to take care of that lawn. We're going to take that mess and make it look great. We're going to make it look like it's the best lawn on the block, because it will be the best lawn on the block after Aspen Lawn and Pest Control are done with my front yard. And they get the job done right the first time. They've been doing this since 1985, and their folks have college degrees in, giving you the best lawn on the block. And so I'm going to let people who went to school, that are educated, that have a background in this, take a chance on my lawn, and they're going to get it right. They're going to get it right the first time. I'm tired of spending all the money on my own and all the time trying to figure out something and trying to get something to work that's just not going to work. So I trust the professionals over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. Like I said, they've been doing it since 1985. And if you tell them you heard it right here on 96.5 The Fan, they're going to give you that free estimate plus up to half off your first application. And they offer full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control. So don't wait. Call today or visit aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Advent Health welcomes the KC Golf Show February 21st through 23rd at the Overland Park Convention Center. Test and buy big brands and enjoy new women's and kids programs Saturday at the show. Front door bonuses and tickets at kansascitygolfshow.com.
Men, this is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And you've heard me talk a lot about how treating low testosterone can improve your sleep, your workouts, your energy levels, and more. But today I want to talk to you about your sex drive, because low testosterone can have a significant impact on your desire for intimacy. It can even be a factor in erectile dysfunction. And if you're in a relationship or wanting to be in a relationship, a low sex drive could really be a problem. The good news is that if you're like most guys, treating your low testosterone could really change the way you feel about sex, giving you back the flame and desire that is so important when you love someone. So if you're feeling sluggish and tired, if you're not sleeping well, if your workouts aren't that great, and most of all, if your sex drive is more like a putt, make an appointment at Heartland Men's Health and have your testosterone levels checked. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices: Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service, real-time updates only in iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go: shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms: irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Today, expect a mix of sun and light snow showers with a high of 22.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Back at it Friday morning, rolling through another edition. Fescoe and Dusty here on 96.5 The Fan. One of my friends is getting into a little bit of a sports debate with somebody who's a Dallas Cowboy fan, and he's saying Tyron Smith, Larry Allen, Travis Frederick, who I don't know, Zach Martin, and Eric Williams. There isn't a single NFL team with a better all-time offensive lineup than that. My friend responds, he goes, I'm not a Raider fan, but Art Shell, Gene Upshaw, Jim Otto, Ron Mix, and Bob Brown, 5 Hall of Famers on the offensive line.
Damn.
And so I asked Mac in the break, I said, who would be your all-time Chiefs offensive line if you were looking to put together the best Chiefs
2002
offensive line of all time? Who would be on that line?
It'd be Will Shields, it'd be Brian Waters, it'd be Creed, it'd be Mitchell Schwartz, and it'd be Willie Roaf.
Okay. Hard to argue that. The only one I would argue and have a debate over is Casey Wigman at center over Creed. But, I mean, I think you're splitting hairs.
Yeah, really close.
You know, with that one right now. So I'm not going to disagree with that offensive lineup. I think that's
pretty damn good.
That's pretty good. Is it better than 5 Hall of Famers? It's pretty damn close, though. Brian Waters should be in the Hall of Fame.
I was going to ask that.
Brian Waters is a Hall of Fame football player and should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I don't know how you get him in there. I don't know why he's not in there. Because he was always like second fiddle to Will Shields. But Brian Waters is a Hall of Fame player. Go back and watch his games if you don't know who Brian Waters is or want to. I mean, that dude, he was a defensive lineman with the Cowboys. And I think they cut him or traded him up here, and Vermeil flipped him to the offensive line. And that dude was as good as you've ever seen at that guard position. Him and Will Shields are just great at that guard position. And, you know, Creed Humphrey's an amazing center. But I think on that offensive line, Casey Wigman always kind of got lost in the shuffle when you had Willie Roaf, Will Shields, Brian Waters, and then Rando at the left tackle, you know, at times. But, yeah, so I think your offensive line is – I think Mitchell Schwartz is a really good pull there at the right tackle position. And I don't know that I would have thought of Mitchell immediately, but I should have. That's bad on my part.
Yeah, I mean, who would the other?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know who the other guy would be at that position. You know,
John Tate.
But he's not long enough here. You know, like and he moved from left to right, and then had the incident with Carl at the hotel with his agent and all that. Like,
but are we talking about his emotions, or are we talking about his actual talent?
Yeah, his actual talent. But
And
I still think Mitchell Schwartz is the better right tackle when it's all boiled down to it. Like, I think Mitchell Schwartz sort of kind of rewrote the salaries for right tackles in the NFL. People started getting paid at that position.
That's
you
true.
know,
That's right about when
Mitchell Schwartz really kind of came to Kansas City and took off, you know? It was a great move by the Chiefs to go out and get him from, Cleveland.
Just need to bring back Omar Easy. Get the fullback back in action. I would just use that entire, 2003 offensive line that had everybody that you just basically mentioned.
Yeah, with the exception of the right tackle in the center, which you could debate all day. And I don't know if you get anywhere debating Casey Wigman versus Creed.
Yeah. Like you said, splitting hairs, tit for tat there.
Fine. You want Casey? I'll take Creed. You'll take Creed. I'll take Casey. Fine. I'll be really good either way. You know, I'll be really good either way.
Right. Yeah. I mean, 2003 team, 13-3. That's what got me into football, to the fullest because of those dudes. I mean, basically because they just blocked for Priest Holmes the entire time, and he just went nuts that year, and that offense was awesome.
They were great.
I mean, Trent Green, what a year. What a year. 4,000 yards in 2003. You didn't see that a whole lot.
Nobody was throwing the ball a lot back then.
24 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
24 touchdowns was a big number in 2003. It really was. I mean, that was a huge number back then.
Well, what's impressive is they threw for 4,000 yards, and Priest ran for 1,400 and had 27 touchdowns.
The team doesn't get enough love for how good their offense was.
Crazy.
I mean, you could argue it was better than the best Mahomes era offense because it was so balanced. I mean, you mentioned the Priest Holmes numbers. 4,000 passing yards for Trent Green and 1,400 rushing yards for Priest Holmes.
And they had 24 touchdowns and 27 touchdowns. Gonzalez was...
I mean, Priest Holmes had more rushing touchdowns than Trent Green had passing touchdowns. Think about that in one season.
Gonzalez had 17 receptions, 916 yards, and 10 touchdowns.
17 receptions?
71, 916, and 10 touchdowns. Hell, Johnny Morton had 740 yards.
Yeah, Johnny Morton had a nice year that
Eddie
year.
Kennison, 853. Priest Holmes had 690 receiving yards.
Wow. Yeah, that's always what I thought Clyde Edwards-Helaire was going to be. Was kind of like that Priest. I mean, I don't think there is an argument. That offense was better than what the Chiefs had in Patrick Mahomes' first year because they had the balance.
And Dante Hall had 4 special teams.
Yeah, I mean,
Kareem Hunt did lead the league in rushing that first year.
He did, yeah.
So they did have a balance.
But what was funny though is he led the league in rushing with 1,071 yards.
It was
the lowest total to lead the league in rushing since the other time. So not to debunk that.
No,
stat,
you're right.
He did lead, but it wasn't
1,400 yards.
Yeah, it was being
and 27 touchdowns.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Think about that. 27 touchdowns the gentleman had that year.
Leap over it, baby.
When was the last time a non-quarterback even got into the 20s with touchdowns?
Didn't Dwayne Bowe have 18?
No, he only had 10 or 15.
It was 15,
that year.
I think.
15.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not talking for the Chiefs. I'm talking just the NFL in general. When was the last time?
Randy Moss had 24 receiving touchdowns that year. He broke the record.
What year was that?
07. Jamar Chase, what did he have this year? 17? He had 1,700, 90 catches.
And that really does tie back into the whole argument about the Cincinnati Bengals and what they want to do with their team. Because that Cincinnati Bengal team is very much reminiscent of that 03 Chiefs team. Yeah, they had a great offense, but by God, they couldn't stop anybody. And if the Chiefs just got at least one stop per game or one more stop per game in 2003, who knows what that final script is written about that team. And so if you're pushing for the Cincinnati Bengals to sign all their offensive weapons, well, you're just recreating a Chiefs team that we saw fall short because they didn't have anybody on defense that could get out there and stop the opposition. And so you need to have people on defense. You need to pay your defensive players. It's not just all about offense because history has shown it's a fool's gold and a fool's way to kind of do things.
Yeah, Jamar Chase had 17 touchdowns this year.
Yep. It happens more. The 20 happens more than we think.
Really?
I mean, yeah, it does. I mean, Gibbs had it this year. Raheem Mostert had it in 2023. McCaffrey. There's names. I mean, Eckler did it a few years back. Alvin Kamara. But you're right. It's one a year and it's 20.
Yeah, it's not 27.
No.
Didn't LaDainian Tomlinson end up like breaking that record too?
No, it was
Sean Alexander.
And then LT, I believe.
And then LT broke it after that.
Yes.
But I mean, still, you're not seeing anything like that. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll get that swing back now. Where Priest Holmes and guys like that. I've made the case for years about Priest being in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and he should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. You put his numbers up to Terrell Davis, who's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. They had basically the same time span. Priest Holmes is better than him in just about every category. The only thing is, obviously, Terrell Davis has the world championships, and that kind of puts you up on a different pedestal. But I think people forget how awesome Priest Holmes really was and how much of a changer he was when it comes to this game and where we were back in those days. I mean, that guy was a dual threat. He could run, he could catch out of the backfield, he could score from anywhere on the field. That was a dynamic offense, man. That was as much fun as I've ever had watching offensive football. I mean, it was special. We didn't realize what we were watching because that defense was so bad. And then we had the no punt game. They win nothing in the playoffs, and their legacy is, man, what could have been.
Yeah. Would have been nice. Royals get their action started today, 2:00 here on 96.5 The Fan. Vern, live in Arizona. Lineup is out. Team is going to rock powder blue jerseys on opening day, going to rock powder blue jerseys throughout the season. Do you kind of get the feeling now that baseball's here? Does it still have to wait a little bit longer until it's closer to opening day?
I watched 9 innings yesterday of the Dodgers and Cubs. Baseball is back, baby. And we were talking about this O'Keefe guy. His name is Brian O'Keefe. He has 10 major league games in his career, and he's wearing number 0. I kind of like that for the catcher, number 0 behind home plate. I think that looks kind of cool. So he's the guy. No, I think baseball fans are going to be excited about the way that the game is going to go this year for a lot of reasons. I think the competition is going to be great this year. I think there's a lot of superstars in Major League Baseball this year, and spring training is going to be the testing ground for the automated ball strike system that Major League Baseball ultimately wants to get to. I saw it in action yesterday, and I mean this as well as I can. I didn't notice it was in action yesterday, and that's a great thing. That's a great thing because by the time they showed the replay of the pitch, the challenge was already in. It was already decided upon, and we had moved on. And it was cool to see it go through, and it gives you the best of both worlds. You get the robot, so you get the robot element, but you also get the human element as well. And if you don't like what the human says, then challenge it and let the robot view. If you win the challenge, you keep it. If you lose it, you lose your challenge. You get 2 per game, and it happens instantaneously. Like I said, you didn't even know it was going on when it was going on. And so they're going to do their test run, obviously, in spring training. And probably, hopefully by next year, we've got it implemented at the big league level, and it will make this game even better than it is right now.
And didn't Q tell us last year that the team was going to be able to have what is it, like not VR, but like live pitching that you can go look at the pitcher and put his sort of mechanics into it. And then
there's a batting cage that some teams have at home right now that you can simulate. Okay, Nolan Ryan's pitching today, so you put Nolan out there and you actually hit off of him.
Or if they have a guy warming up in the bullpen, you can go plug him in, and then during the the interchange of the inning, you can go down there and do that. Somebody asked on the text, are the uniforms still see-through? Nope. Got rid of those, right? Didn't you say that?
Well, they're in the process. Oh. Some uniforms will be corrected this year. Others will not be. I'm being serious about this until next year. How do you not correct this during the offseason? This is like people coming to spring training already hurt. Like you've done nothing but pull on an elastic band that's tied to a fence.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're Nike, how are you not fixing these uniforms last year when this was going on and getting a jump start on it so when you start 2025, you're ready to go? That's stupid.
Yeah, it's funny that a see-through uniform is a huge thing. Also, the Yankees saying that you can now grow a beard. I mean, I do love the robot umpires, though. I think that is great. As long as it doesn't lead to a shutdown of the sport to where the umpires unionize and they're like, you know what, if you guys have this, we don't want to have this either. So see you later.
The umpires in baseball make about $350,000 a year. They'd be foolish to walk away because of the robots being there. That is a full-time job. That is a lot of money that those guys make. And again, you didn't even notice that the umpire was a robot yesterday. Or not the umpire was a robot, but they went to the robot call. The guy challenged it there's a challenge and there's the next pitch.
I do love that baseball's doing this, though. They're listening and changing with the times. I still think that the season is way, way, way too long. But you think about how, they get mad at calls. They get mad at, this and that. And, they get mad that the game takes too long. They now, the way they look at it is, The game was too slow. Batters were taking too much time in the box. All this sort of stuff. They knocked that out. The games have gone from 3.5 hours to 4 hours to 2 hours and 25 to 2 hours and 35 minutes.
It's been great.
It's awesome. Whether you're there or not. Like, even if you were there, it's awesome. You can only be around so many people for so long to where you're like, all right, let's get out of here. Or if you're a family with kids and it's a Wednesday night and the game starts at 6:40 and all of a sudden the game's over at 8:50.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
I mean, I know that's not great math. That's 2 hours and 10 minutes, but you get what I'm saying. Some games could be that. I mean, imagine if Greg Maddux pitched with the clock. That game be over in an hour. So,
jeez, yeah.
So
I didn't even think of like that 58 minutes, it's over.
Be awesome.
Yeah. Then people complain they didn't get their money's worth.
Which, again, Major League Baseball, and maybe I'm wrong about this, Major League Baseball listens to its fan base more than any other sport. Because
I think that's fair to say.
Fans were pissed that games were going so fast with the new pitch clock. And baseball came out and said, you know what? The 7th inning rule no longer applies. We'll serve alcohol until the 8th inning applies. Or until the 8th inning is at its end. Because fans reached out. Fans were mad that baseball was taking too long. They put in a pitch clock. Fans were mad that, players were getting hurt because of the bases. They made them bigger. Fans are mad that umpires get calls wrong and that they could argue balls and strikes and things could be different. They put in robots. So, again, like, baseball is doing something that other sports could do. Because all I've seen today that's been hilarious is Adam Silver ripping the cords of the NHL game last night, taking everything out of it.
Oh, that's fantastic. I like that. Yeah.
So
they got cooked, and they know it.
Oh, it was bad. I mean,
they got cooked, and they know
what we watched last night is something that I don't know if necessarily the fans wanted it, but it was something that was entertaining, lived up to the hype, had everybody involved. And tomorrow, probably, I don't know how tough this is to say, maybe 45 to 30% of people are not going to watch hockey. The rest, because I mean, I'm sure there was a lot of hockey lords. Yeah, but I mean, there was a lot of hockey people watching that game last night.
Oh, yeah.
From Canada to the United States. And like, it had everybody involved in a sport that nobody cared about. No, I shouldn't say that. That a lot of people don't follow or watch or care about. The NBA is now in that category of a lot of people don't watch nor do they care. But what can you do to get people for just one night? I'm not telling you to get people for 81 games. I'm not telling hockey to get people because hockey's a long season too.
You went to a great restaurant. They served a great meal. They did everything they could. Now you just got to go back.
And you will. You're not going to go back the next night. You're not going to go back the next week, but you're going back.
Go back.
And you're going to make it a point to kind of like make that sure that that's in your restaurant rotation. Guess what I'm going to go back to? I'm going to go back to hockey when the playoffs start.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do it because people have told me my whole life there's nothing better than playoff hockey. And last year I watched Game 7. I watched Game 6 and Game 5. That was it. I don't know why I went backwards, but I did. And this year I watched the Four Nations Classic or whatever they called it. I watched that game last night, and I did not change the channel.
Not one
once.
time.
Not one time did I change the channel. One, it's hard to. Now, during the intermissions, I would get up and go around and do something and, grab another beer or throw some away, use the restroom, whatever. But I wasn't like going to beat Bobby Flay.
Right.
But NBA, you're the one sport that is falling out of touch. Baseball is keeping up with the Joneses. Hockey is doing its job. The NFL can do whatever it wants. It created this wild new kickoff rule that all of a sudden at the very end of the season we were all experts on because it didn't take long.
We all knew we'd be experts on that at the end of the year.
Oh, we didn't get it to the 20. It's got to go at least to the 5, or it's got to be here. Or just kick it out of the end zone. But yeah, I thought last night, big night for hockey. Baseball has a big season upcoming on its end of the bargain as well.
And now you can have a beard as a Yankee, and that's just blowing the hockey coverage out of the water.
And then you'll have the World Baseball Classic next summer or spring. That's in 2026. And now it's, here we are. We are up to the standards of now the NBA. You're the sport that everybody's looking at going, well, all of these are something and one is different. Find it. And it's the NBA.
And it is the NBA. And I just saw a Gallup poll tweeted out this morning of what sports fans said they watch in 2024. 41% of sports fans watch the NFL. 10% of sports fans, which is number 2 on the list, watch Major League Baseball. And 9% of sports fans said they watch the NBA. And so I know there's been this kind of peddling of lies that basketball is this popular sport in America and it's surpassed baseball and all that. It has not. More people are still watching Major League Baseball than they are watching the NBA. And that should be a concern because the lies that have been told, the fake news out there, oh, baseball's not number 2 anymore. Basketball's past baseball. That's not the case. You look at the numbers. We just gave them to you. And now they're kind of neck and neck, but baseball is ahead of basketball when it comes to what people are watching. And I think, hockey took in like 4% or 5% of the vote. And I'm not saying it's all of a sudden going to be up to 10 or 20% because of what happened, but that's an opportunity now for hockey to kind of increase into the homes of folks and start knocking basketball back even further and start to kind of take some of that collateral damage of people being down on the NBA because of the opt-out of LeBron James in the All-Star game and the load management and everything people just don't like, with the NBA. That, like, as an American, you can't opt out of work. You go every day and you work, and that's the way it goes, and you work through pain. And you're watching these NBA players, and you're like, you're opting out because you just don't feel like it? Like, screw you, pal. And then you got hockey players beating each other up and diving in front of pucks and playing big and all that kind of stuff. Like, that game last night, if you're a sports fan, I don't know how you're not walking away going, man, hockey's now my second favorite sport, whether it's baseball or football or whatever, number 1,
Do you think all All-Star games should just be United States versus the world?
No, that gets old fast, though, I think. And again, you have to have that embracement. I don't think any other sport can really embrace it like baseball and hockey can.
I think basketball could, but I don't think they would do it because the U.S. would lose, and I don't think they'd want to do that. So they're not going to do that.
If they just did the world versus the United States, you mean? Yeah, not individual countries.
Yeah, so that's not going to be, that they wouldn't do that.
Yeah, and I just don't think NBA players would buy in as much as these hockey guys do.
The Summer Olympics was incredible. They gave their all. They were awesome.
Yeah, because the starting 5 for the world would be Giannis, Joker, Luka, SGA.
And then, throwing another, Gobert maybe. Wemby, once his shoulder gets back. I mean, it's really good.
And that's not good for the NBA either.
That sucks. I hope he's not a 30 for 30.
Me too.
I read somewhere it's somebody, and again, these wackadoodle doctors on the internet, how much you can trust and whatnot. But like somebody said, it's similar to what Chris Bosh went through, and like he had to manage that his entire career, and he was never able to be what we thought he was going to be because he had to manage that. Maybe because you're 7 foot tall, like some things just are different inside of you,
Like 7'5".
Because Bosch had the same type of body makeup, right?
Yeah, as tall, lanky.
Was Bosch 7?
Bosch probably 6'11", 7 feet tall.
Yeah, right. Nobody's Wemby's height.
Yeah,
But you know what I'm saying?
5'5".
7 foot tall. I mean, you're a tall guy, man.
Yes.
Like,
no doubt.
That has an impact on things, I'm sure. So. But I just think right now we're looking at the NBA. You were back last night. Was anybody talking about the NBA last night being back on a full slate last night? Everybody was dialed in on this hockey, and then the Yankees now let you have a beard. So forget about the NBA.
I mean, I turned the Celtics off. I watched the U.S. hockey game.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Celtics weren't at home last night.
Somebody's about to be very disappointed. I hope no Royals go to the Baseball Classic. Don't want to hear for 2 years how someone was a setback from being on the roster.
Oh, that was the biggest dumb baseball excuse. Like, baseball's littered with these just excuses that you roll your eyes at. Not being ready for the season because you played in the World Baseball Classic. You can go pound sand with that one. That is a bad excuse. I'm not buying into that at all. That is a baseball excuse to the highest.
Well, Bobby Witt Jr. is going to play shortstop for the United States team in next year's World Baseball
And I'm sure
Classic,
Cole Reagans will be pitching for the United States next year.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, if he goes out there and does his thing this year, he will. And Sal's going to play for Venezuela.
Salvi will be playing. Vinny will be playing for Italy, maybe.
Oh, sure. If he wanted to, why not?
So what are you going to sit here?
I think the only thing they think, I think there is something to that. And that thing is like when Brady Singer pitched for Team USA, he pitched one time and then never pitched again. Whereas if he was in Surprise, he could be doing his typical, like going through the rotation, like getting his live reps in and all that sort of stuff. With the World Baseball Classic team, you're just like a teammate. Like you're not really getting the advantage that is spring. And so a lot of people were saying that like some people's swings were off because timing wasn't there because all they did was go to the World Baseball Classic and never played.
Yeah, but do you not like take live BP or you're not in the cage? I know it doesn't simulate the game, but I think you would get more out of live BP. Like I'm just to the point, I don't buy any of these excuses baseball players peddle because they're all little excuses that by themselves sound okay, but then when you start hearing them all together, you're like, all right, just, come on.
Because even Bobby started off a little slow.
He did that year, yeah. C-ball, hit
that was also like Bobby Witt Jr.'s like first like 3 years in the league. It was like COVID, World Baseball Classic, and then finally he got a full season of spring, and he became what he was last year.
Yeah.
So there is some things to it, but I don't think it's like one of those things where it would ruin a season.
But people, I mean, in baseball, I mean, my shoulder hurts. We'll see you next year. It's February.
Yeah.
Next year.
Well, you also can't, like, walk over the chalked line. You can't, like, have your hat on backwards. You can't, there's all sorts of weird superstitions.
I'm out on the baseball excuses. It's just too much for me.
Baseball season is here. Baseball plays today at 2 o'clock on 96.5 The Fan. It is the Royals today at 2, live in Arizona. Coming up, we'll wrap this show up on the side. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, KC, when I discovered my new passion, I dove into social media, got on some shows, and soon almost Andy Reid was bored. But this winter, there's something new you might discover that's not as great. Issues with your garage door. Don't get stuck in the cold. Get your annual maintenance check for just $100 or a free replacement quote from my friends at Renner Garage Door. They carry top brands like Delden, Amar, and LiftMaster, trusted locally since 1956.
RENNER, RENNER.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
We're back in the miller's front yard who recently switched to True Green.
Their lawn started looking like a golf course, and PGA Tour golfers started showing up.
Here's one now hitting out of this lush green grass. He has to avoid that sandbox to keep his round going. Oh, into the sand. It's a toy dump truck and rolls out.
Oh, the neighbors love the action on this True Green lawn.
Get a PGA Tour quality lawn for as little as $1 a day. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Exclusions apply. See TrueGreen.com for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The game tips off. The NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you missed the first few minutes of the game or you want to bet that amazing fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your bets into a same-game parlay for a shot in an even bigger payout. However you want to play, right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 wager wins. Just remember my promo code KFNZ to get started today at your chance at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, and also 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue with non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after street restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under agreement Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem. Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700. Visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
Diving We'll be right back into it on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports Royals baseball. 2 o'clock today as we wrap up Fescoe and Dusty on a Friday. Cody Golden Drew from 10 to 2. Coming up after this, and then baseball. So if you're looking forward to Carrington, he might be on the air at 5 o'clock.
That'd be awesome.
I don't know. What time would you come to work if you did have to be on the air till 5? Would you come in at 4?
Or would you feel like you're like, what are you doing all day? You know, like,
yeah.
I feel like I'd sleep. I feel like I would have got after it last night.
The hockey game, yeah.
I would have gotten after it. And then today I would have probably slept in a little bit.
Or I had to pull the LeBron and called in sick for the last hour.
Like 3:30. Like, sorry, guys.
Yeah. Or whoever, if Logan's doing after hours tonight, you're like, hey, man, do you want to do a 4-hour show from 5 to 9? Because that's happened before. But no, Carrington's actually here already. So I just was wondering, because I know Rob Britton, he's the one I need to talk to about this. Because, like, what does Rob do? Because, like, Rob didn't want to be here until, like, 2 o'clock, really. But a good Friday for them.
Actually, I'd rather do like 2 to 3 and then have the baseball game from 3 to 6.
For sure.
Rather than, of course, yeah, enjoy the game.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like, what would you rather do, 6 to 7 a.m. or 9 to 10 a.m.?
6 to 7 a.m. every day of the week, yeah. No question.
9 to 10 be nice.
10 would be good.
Nah, 6 to 7, people are getting up, getting on their day, and it's at 7 o'clock. You can catch a 9 o'clock flight out of town. You can get your whole weekend ahead of you. You got all that going for you. Like 6 to 7 is... the earlier you can get things done, the better. But now, in 2 weeks...
10 a.m. is really late on Friday.
Well,
have your whole weekend ahead of you.
Hey, wouldn't you like to have 2 more hours of that weekend? But I think when you look at the baseball thing, that'll flip in the next 2 weeks or so when we set the clocks back 2 weeks from Sunday. And so then the games won't start till 3 o'clock. So then Carrington will be 2 to 3, and then we'll have the baseball games after that, and then Vern and Hot Stove and all that good stuff coming up. So, yeah, it's the start of baseball season, man. I think you should be excited this afternoon. Turn on 96.5, listen to the game, and see how O'Hare or whoever that is, a catcher, is going to do. And the other fellows that are out there playing in this game today. Lynch IV is on the mound.
Lynch IV.
Yeah, let's go, baby.
Yeah, the guy catching is actually the third Morris twin. He's the triplet, O'Keefe Morris. Team Player Award or the Derek Thomas MVP Award went to Mr. Joseph Tooney.
What an interesting award to be given to Joe Tooney, and it makes all the sense in the world. It really does. Like
team MVP.
Yeah, it embodies what an MVP and a team player and a teammate is all about, right? Hey, Joe, we know you're really good at this left guard position, but you've seen what's going on next to you, man. Like, we're going to bounce you outside, and you're going to start playing there yesterday. And he went out there and he played his balls off, man. He was outstanding at left tackle. And then the Super Bowl happened, and it wasn't great for anybody, along the offensive line. But sometimes when you're piecemealing things together, eventually time just runs out. But doesn't mean Joe Tooney wasn't fantastic this year and wasn't one of those guys that you're like, you'll put a pelt on the wall for Joe Tooney when it's all said and done, man. That guy was phenomenal.
Incredible. Laid it all on the line. We wouldn't have been in that game if it weren't for Joe Tooney.
True.
Right?
Yeah,
don't get to the Super Bowl if it weren't for that switch and his ability to do that. I mean, I don't think people give it enough credit. I know we've talked about it. I know we've done our due diligence, but it's just hard to fathom. That's maybe the second hardest position in football he switched to and was pretty competent at it for about a month.
I mean, it really is. It has become more of I hate to use the word technician position, but it really has been with as good. And defensive linemen and offensive linemen back in the day used to be fat. They're not anymore.
Yes,
I mean, these guys are lean, athletic, just unbelievable football players and athletes.
Gilbert Brown?
Yeah.
The Fridge?
Yeah, Fridge Perry, Gilbert Brown. All those guys back in the day were just blobs, right?
Vince Wolfrick was like the last one.
Yeah, he probably was when you think about it.
Over 400 pounds.
Yeah, but
I guess Vita Vea counts, but he's more strong fat, I guess.
Yeah, he's like fast.
Yeah, he's fast.
He just has the gut out.
But you look at defensive linemen now, they look like just bulkier wide receivers. I mean, there's no fat on them at all. They're chiseled. I mean, it is a hard position to play and to just have to move over there. So that's a great move by the Chiefs, because if you would have asked me who the MVP was this year, I mean, I could lean Kareem Hunt if you really boiled down to it, because he came in at a time when you needed somebody and he did a hell of a job for you. MVP would be a stretch. I don't know if there really was a true MVP. That's why Joe Tooney makes so much sense for this one.
You give Xavier Worthy any votes?
You could, but I'm sure he's going to get their Rookie of the Year or whatever that.
But I mean, like
award
MVP.
Yeah, I mean, you probably could. I mean, Xavier Worthy had a better season than any of us thought. did have. I mean, the guy had 12 touchdowns. He led all rookie wide receivers in touchdowns this year. Think about that.
I think you'll look at his playoff numbers. I know the Super Bowl skewed because the game was a blowout.
It is what it is.
It's still numbers. They're still there.
Yeah, nobody's going to look back on that and go, well, that touchdown doesn't count because it was. No, it is what it is, right? Like, that's why I don't believe in running up the score. You still got to go out there and play these games and these moments. So, no, Xavier Worthy, man, if you would have said at the beginning of the year with this wide receiver class that he'd lead the league rookie wide receivers in touchdowns, nobody would have bought that.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody would have bought
no way.
it.
Marvin Harrison.
Yeah,
Malik
exactly.
Neighbors.
Right. But
Thomas.
also depends on who your quarterback is too. You mentioned Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison, Brian Thomas. Like who's throwing them the football right now, right? So you got Pat, but even still, he still led the all rookie wide receivers in touchdowns, and he was looked at as like the 7th or 8th best wide receiver when they picked him. So how outstanding is that? Again, draft your wide receiver. Don't pay $40 million to Jamar Chase.
For the text crew, I believe sent this text now twice. Why are baseball shows called the hot stove? What does that mean? The definition is the hot stove refers to the Major League Baseball offseason, particularly the time around winter meetings when free agent signings and trades are most pivotal. And hot stove shows are always in the preseason, so that's why they give it the hot stove.
It's wintertime. It's the olden days. You're sitting in a log cabin. The hot stove's burning to keep you warm.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah, so there's your definition of why shows are that. Because that's normally hot stove shows are like during the beginning of the season.
They start in like November, usually December, January, February. You're sitting around the hot stove, warming your hands, talking baseball. That's kind of how they came up with that. I know a lot of people don't use a stove anymore to heat their house.
Speaking of baseball terms, can of corn. Mac found out what that was earlier this year, where it originated. It's just an easy, lazy fly ball that started back from a definition of a grocery store. Corn was up on the top shelf, knocked off with the hook. Easy catch into your hands. What's something easy you're going to knock out this weekend?
Me first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Burping?
Yeah, definitely some more burps, some pot roast, finish those leftovers, some basketball, probably some new stuff around the house. We got to hang photos. That'll be my...
Oh, that's terrible.
It's fun. No, that's my favorite.
You got to make sure they're even, man. You don't want them all turned to the side, and you got to get that level out there and make like with the OCD. I'm telling you right now, that would not be a good task for me to go out there.
But it's fun to just put them on the way. Oh, this would look good here. Oh, this would look cool here. I like that part because all the stuff's built, all the boring stuff's done, and now it's just like let's make it look pretty.
Yeah.
Do you need me to come over?
Let's do it.
I didn't know if you needed
a garage.
I didn't know if you needed a stud finder.
Oh, God. I use that joke every time. My stud finder's broken, man. It keeps going off.
Yeah.
My wife was playing a game with my daughter's friends the other night, and they had to guess the word, and it said sugar daddy, and they're all sitting around the table. They go, sugar daddy. I go, is somebody calling me? And I mean, the laughter from these kids, it was fantastic because I was like half asleep on the couch, I'm like, you call me?
What are you saying?
Somebody need me?
That's great.
So yeah, hanging pictures, man. Have fun with that. But just, I know from my standpoint, I'll have one like this to the left, one leaning to the right,
1 centimeter off.
Yeah.
You're like, no. Yeah.
How many photos do you have to hang?
It's probably posters / photos, 10-ish.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah,
it'll be
different
done
sizes.
It'll be done in an hour.
What kind of posters?
Well, it's not called. There are posters,
You
but
have
then
a
there
Pat
are.
Mahomes poster. That's going.
Well, that's all. I've got a special signed Pat Mahomes framed photo that'll be in my game room. Oh yeah, next to the Lynn Dawson signed photo.
Oh,
that
that's
I have.
cool.
Yep,
that's one of my biggest regrets is not having Lenny sign something for me when we worked together.
That'd be awesome. Yeah,
just never was that guy. I hated to be that guy.
Kind of a weird thing. No, so that's for me. I don't know about you guys.
I don't really have a whole lot. Like going out to eat tonight and then going to Green Lady Lounge. So a sidecar is probably my can of corn. Can't wait to just sit back, listen to jazz, listen to a sidecar at the lounge. I love Green Lady Lounge. I think it's the best place in Kansas City for that sort of
for that
feel.
vibe.
For a cocktail, live music. There's not a better place in the city than Green Lady Lounge.
I got to get there.
Never been?
Never been.
I guess you haven't really been 21 in the city.
That's
yet.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh, it's easy. Easy drive, right there.
We'll do it.
Down I-35.
Yep. Lance, I hope you have a good time on your date, man. I just don't believe it. That's all it takes. It is the weekend. Go out there and do something nice for somebody. You never know. The weather's been cold, but you don't have to be. You can change their day, week, month,
Shorts
or even
on Monday.
their year. Woo! Go do something nice for somebody. You never know. It can change their day, week, their month, or year. It's simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay kind, stay safe, stay warm. Cody Golden Drew, 10 to 2. Join you next.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your